Lineup of X-Boom portable speakers. We're talking ultra-durable speakers with battery life that powers your hustle. Plus, all the speakers are water-resistant so you can listen and vibe out worry-free. But here's the real flex. For a limited time, LG is offering you 25% off X-Boom Grab or X-Boom Bounce on LG.com. Use the code FALL25 at checkout and tell them Jonas Knox sent you. The future of sound is now with LG X-Boom.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is 96.5 The Fan, your home for Chiefs football. It's the only place to hear from Andy Reid on Mondays at noon. It's the only place that has an exclusive one-on-one interview with Patrick Mahomes on Tuesdays at 3:15. And it's the only place to listen to the play-by-play with Mitch, Danon, and Kling on game day.
Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce owning this game!
This is your home for Chiefs football. This is 96.5 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Flu season is here. Get your flu shot today at your local Hy-Vee pharmacy. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment is necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. That's right, a 20-cent fuel saver. Get your flu shot when it's convenient for you. Schedule online or just stop by your Hy-Vee pharmacy. No appointment necessary. Help your family stay healthy. Get your flu shot and get a 20-cent fuel saver only at Hy-Vee. See store for details. Some restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut, and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
96.5 The Fan is your exclusive home for Chiefs football, with pregame starting 3 hours before kickoff with Josh Briscoe. Then it's the call of the game with Mitch Holtis, Danon Hughes, and Josh Klingler.
Touchdown! Kansas
Kansas City, Travis Kelce owning this game.
Followed by post-game coverage featuring exclusive one-on-one interviews with Andy Reid and Chiefs players inside the locker room. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Chiefs Ravens, Sunday with kickoff at 3:25 right here on 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
That's right. It's a Wednesday. Happy hump day, middle of the week. It's a slot pit out there. Kind of like it. Nice little cool rain yesterday. Did it ever stop?
No, I don't think it ever did. No.
Never dissipated.
No, never stopped, never ended, never let up, and it's still going a little bit this morning.
Love it
too. So
love it. Good thing Mac mowed last week.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Momo and Mac.
Yeah, because you're not mowing this week, I'll tell you.
Not until Friday.
Well, at least. I mean, if it's dry enough on Friday, the last thing you want to do is farm your yard, you know?
I feel bad because I feel like Monday we hit a very hilarious audio clip from the people. Unless, well, I assume a lot of you are out there that are probably smarter than we are. Bears played the Cowboys this weekend, right? Yeah, Caleb Williams. Now everybody in Chicago's back, right?
Oh, no, they're not.
Okay, they're still mad.
Wait, who did the Bears play this week?
I don't know.
Okay, they're not playing Dallas this week. They're not playing the Giants this week.
You know those Chicagoans, right?
The Chicago fans, they act like they just won the World Series, or the Super Bowl. I mean, they don't have much to cheer about up there in Chicago when it comes to their football side of things. So there's
they
no
play the Raiders
in
Vegas.
Oh, the Raiders in Vegas. So that's an interesting game right there. By the way, I'm taking the Giants over the Chargers this weekend. I'm just going to put that out there. This has got everything for an upset brewing. The Chargers have to fly across country. They're 3-0. It's the Giants. They suck. Classic look ahead, change at quarterback. I really like the Giants this week to beat the Chargers. I feel like this is a prime upset ready to happen. Right?
Are you marking this?
Yeah,
I'm marking it right now.
Put it on there. If he's right, genius. If he's wrong, we've got a little bit of a funny bit.
Yeah,
you can't lose in this situation.
No, but I mean, I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, God, this has got everything. I mean, this is like Justin Herbert going into the game and playing out his ass against the Chiefs for the first time, right? Yeah. You don't know what a backup quarterback's going to do. You just don't know what a starting pitcher's going to do. You know, we see this all the time in baseball, right? These young guys come up and they just mow down the Royals, and you're like, where the hell did this guy come from? I knew nothing about him. Nobody knows.
I know what Dart's going to do.
He's going to dart it all over the yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's going to sling it, yeah.
Dayball's going out there, too, and going, hey, man, it doesn't matter what you do. It does. If you are awesome, then I succeed. But you aren't going to be awesome unless I let you just go be awesome.
Right.
And maybe he is, maybe he's not. Because I thought the funny picture yesterday on the internet when it came out that he was going to start was the picture. Are you guys Star Wars guys?
Yeah.
So Anakin Skywalker in the episode, episode 3, when he's turned to the dark side, and it was Dart's face on Anakin with the little eye black.
I like that. That's really good.
It's time.
It is. Yeah, that is really good.
All right, there you go.
No, it is. I think it'll be interesting to see what he can do. But this is one of those classic games that you see over the years, and you're like, I can't believe the Giants beat the Chargers. Well, this is one of those classic look ahead. You know what it's like for these West Coast teams to travel
the Browns
east.
Are going to beat the Packers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the type of things that you have to look at. These classic look ahead games. I don't know who the Chargers have the following week, but I know they're coming off obviously a nice win the other night, and they've got an opportunity to travel across the country, play a game against the Giants, who are a total mess, and you're thinking to yourself, I'm not paying attention to them. They got a new quarterback, 21-14 Giants or something like that. We've seen these strange things happen before, and so if the Giants can go out there and do what I'm saying right now and beat those Chargers, Chiefs win, we got ourselves a ball game in the AFC West,
Could you imagine the meme? You know the meme where it has the guy holding his girlfriend or wife's hand in the distance.
Oh, yeah.
He's looking back.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Dart beats the Chargers and it's Harbaugh looking back and Dart walking past, he's holding Herbert's hand?
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
I thought you were into Justin. Well, I was really into my wife, and then this one lady came around and got me starting to think, that's a sin, Carl.
Yeah.
But no, this was Aaron Andrews' report on the sideline before the Cowboys game about Matt Eberflus, who used to be the Bears head coach.
Eberflus saying, I have a lot of knowledge about this team. I know their strengths, their weaknesses. I know how to cover them, and I shared that.
Make a name for themselves.
Third and 8, blitz coming. It's picked up. Oh, Williams has a man wide open.
Third and 8, man wide open.
Touchdown to Tunze.
That's one.
To hear the Bears, a little flick to Swift, trying to get a free flicker. It's
flea flicker.
There, Williams recovers, throws a seed, has a man, is caught for a touchdown. Luther Burden.
That's two. Shout out Missouri.
Williams firing, dive, connect, touchdown Chicago.
That's three.
With a 10-point lead, there's definitely some margin of error.
4th and goal.
Fourth and goal.
Looking, pressure, throws, caught, touchdown, DJ Moore.
I love that guy sucks. I know their tendencies. I know how to cover them. 4 touchdowns, all passing from Caleb Williams.
Yep.
4th and goal, flea flicker, 3rd and 8. How you doing,
Got to
Eberflus?
feel great for Caleb Williams.
That's the same guy that said he'd do it the same way. They gave him a double take after the Thanksgiving game last year, and then the next day they were like, "Hey, man, gave you a chance. You got to go."
Yeah,
Talk to you later.
I don't understand what the guy means by their tendencies. The Bears drafted 8 new players, signed 7 free agents, and had more additions. Like a third of your roster turns over every year, regardless of whether or not you have a new
You
head
think
coach
they're using
or not,
the same
right?
defensive playbook?
Well, no, they're not using or the same offensive playbook. Like nothing is the same up there. You may know the tendencies, but you don't know the tendencies of Joe Tooney, who was on the team last year, or Luther Burden, who wasn't on the team last year, or whoever else wasn't on the team last year. And it's a completely new offense. I mean, I think you saw right there why you don't hire people like Matt Eberflus to be the head coach of your organization. They're idiots.
More like Eberflus.
Yeah, right? I mean, it really is. I mean, but that's why, though. I mean, we give out and we dole out these head coaching jobs because somebody called a good game. Again, I keep going back to that Bobby Slowicki guy who's nowhere to be found right now in the NFL. But he was a hot coaching candidate 2 years ago at this time. Everybody thought he was going to be the greatest of all time, and you hire these people who call one game that looks good, and all of a sudden we're going to anoint them and get the PR machine behind them to be these head coaches in the NFL, and it's just not that way. You have to be an adult, and Matt Eberflus clearly, I mean, he doesn't know what's going on to be a head coach in the NFL.
This is where head coach, defensive coordinator, this is where Dallas ranks after 3 weeks in the NFL in defense. 30th in yards allowed at 409.
Okay, that's worse defenses.
Passing yards allowed, 32nd, 288. Rushing yards, 17th, 109. And then points, they allow 30.7. That's 27th. And then third down, like their defense getting off the field, dead last.
Yeah, that's a that's a Dallas team that you look at and you say that's a get healthy game. I mean, that really
them on
is.
Thanksgiving. We're gonna eat, baby.
Yeah, I mean that thing's probably over at halftime with the way that Dallas is playing.
And you'll have everybody back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that could be a slaughter fest down there in Dallas. I mean, like Jerry Jones seriously could leave at halftime and go finish his stuffing because that's a bad football team right now, and they got a big one this weekend. You know, obviously the game that a lot of people have circled, but this is potentially the last big one, if you will, for the Dallas Browns.
Before we get into the Dallas Cowboys this weekend, because there was a little bit of a noteworthy topic, there was one thing that went hand in hand yesterday, which made me kind of feel torn as a fan. So I am, I think I was texting you guys last night before the game started, the series of the season, right?
Yeah,
Detroit
right.
and Cleveland.
I was watching it last night. I was dialed in, man.
Better believe it. I mean, that was playoff baseball. That was.
I'm sure your brother was too at the box, right? Dialed into the baseball game last night. Yeah.
So you had the big tank on Cleveland's side throwing. You had Tarek Skubal throwing on the other side. Hopefully Fry's okay. That was one of the scariest things ever. 99 to the face.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Squared up to bunt, 99 to the face. That I would never get in the
box again.
Never touch a baseball bat in my life.
Not a chance. Not a chance. No way in hell I'm getting back in the box after that.
But that game obviously started at 5:40 our time. So it started 3 hours before the Royals game.
Yeah, 3 whole hours.
That's
man,
right.
Yeah.
Royals win, by the way, 8-4 or 8-5, something like that. But again, with that win by Cleveland, which then gives them the tiebreaker over Detroit, gives them the lead in the AL Central, eliminated the Kansas City Royals from playoff contention. So I can officially say, as of September 24th, the Royals are not a playoff team.
Yep, they're out.
Well, we knew that already, Dusty. We told you that back in August. Well, either way, they were in the picture, whether it was 15% or 0.01%. They officially were eliminated on September 23rd, 2025. I'll take it. 3 weeks in the NFL season and finally got eliminated. But the bigger story.
Would you sign up for this every single year knowing that your team has a shot to the last week of the season? I would take that every single day, man.
Right.
I don't know what the alternative is.
It wouldn't
but,
be that
know,
way if Cole Reagans could stay healthy because that guy's just.
I mean, yeah, but you still got to find a way to get some offense. And so,
true. Oh yeah, true.
You know.
And but no, that was like the hand-in-hand thing. So Cleveland wins, official, eliminates the Royals, and now we get to sit back and watch this just utter collapse of the Detroit Tigers. And to give you some of the numbers that have happened in this series since Cleveland has made this surge. So as of September 12th, how many days ago is that? 12? Mm-hmm. September 12th, the Guardians' odds to win the AL Central were plus 10,000.
Wow.
After last night, it's minus 185.
Yeah, they're going to win the division. I mean, you look at what the Tigers have done and what the Guardians have done over their last 10. Tigers have lost 9 of 10. The Guardians have won 9 of 10. And that's your difference right there. They're playing great ball. I mean, remember when they suspended that guy for gambling, we thought, oh, it's over for
Class
Cleveland,
A.
right? And now they're, in a Class A of their own. I mean, they're dominating right now. And this comeback by the Guardians, the largest September comeback of all time. They were behind when the month started by 11 games. They were 11 games back. That's why when people say it was over or anything like that, it really isn't over till it's over, right? You just don't know what's going to happen. And when the month started 24 days ago, Cleveland was 11 games back, and now they're tied and own the tiebreaker. It's the largest division kind of comeback in September in the history of baseball. The Cardinals came back from 8.5 in 1964. The Reds 8.5 in 1964. The Twins 7 back in 2009. The Cardinals in 2001 were 7 games back. You have to go back to like the 1930s. I mean, this is the type of conversation we're talking about with this epic collapse by the Tigers. And I was talking to somebody last night in baseball. I'm like, who gets fired for this? They're like, no one, but there's definitely something wrong, obviously, up there in Detroit. It's a two-sided coin for me because in Major League Baseball, I think 162 is way too many regular season games. But we're seeing every one of these games matter, right? But if you cut this season down to 100 games, I mean, it's more of a sprint to the finish. I think teams like the Tigers that open these leads, and this is on them, this is no shame to anybody else, I think they got bored, Dusty. You have an 11-game lead at the beginning of September, and you're just playing out the string, and it's hard to get back in that mindset of, we got to turn it on now and win. I think the Tigers are done as doornails, and they may win the World Series now.
Tortoise in the hair, man.
Yeah, and I think right now, like if you're looking for the hottest team in the American League, it's Cleveland. I mean, that's the hottest team going into the playoffs right now.
According to ESPN, Detroit on August 25th held a 12.5-game lead over Cleveland. On September 23rd, the Guardians beat the Tigers to tie them atop the AL Central, and now on the tiebreaker, one of the greatest surges and collapses we've ever seen all over the course of less than a month.
Yeah,
it's insane.
And the crowd last night was,
Sports.
I mean, there were so many people at that game last night. It took to the third inning for everybody to get in.
You should be there.
It was a playoff game last night. The crowd was great. The atmosphere was awesome. Like, that was just spectacular last night, man.
Cleveland sets the record all time. Sellouts at a home stadium
They did.
19 straight years.
Yeah.
It wasn't 19, but it was like
it was like 4. It was 400 and some games. You'd have to look it up. It's remarkable.
But there's 81 games in a season.
Yeah.
So 81. It was like 6 straight years. But I mean, they were pumping out some serious talent.
But they were really good back in the 90s and whatnot. No, they never had that opportunity.
It was the only time they were up 3-1 against Chicago Cubs.
Oh man, 2016, man.
After the Royals. Wade Davis.
Wow.
Oh, you got to deal with him again? Sorry.
It's crazy to watch that thing just dissipate, man. Like if you are a Tiger fan right now, you're probably just sick to your stomach, and it begs the question, like, what would you rather have happen? Kind of being eliminated, a few weeks ago, or having this heartbreak? This heartbreak sucks, man. If I were a Tiger fan today, waking up in Detroit, knowing that this just happened,
you text line and say, "Talk Lions."
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd want to punch myself in the face. Like, I can't believe this is reality.
Brutal.
That the Tigers have blown this kind of lead. And I just don't see them getting back off the mat, man. Once you get knocked down like this, it is hard from a mental standpoint to get everybody back.
Game 2 of 3 tonight in that series. Coming up on the other side, I agree with Jerry Jones. That's right, I said it. I agree with Jerry Jones, but not for the reasons maybe you would think. We'll talk about that next. Plus, we'll get into an impressive Patrick Mahomes stat as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Nick Bolton, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, you probably remember the first time, but it's not the first time that you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. And if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. And that's because of my friends over at Heartland Men's Health. They have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They also have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Get your home ready for the change in seasons with a $69 HVAC tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. Our pros can help you lower energy costs, prevent costly breakdowns, and make sure your system is running at peak efficiency right when you need it most. And it's all backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com for detailed terms and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park and Go are the best when it comes to parking at the airport because they offer so many things. Number one, all covered parking. So if you come back in a rainstorm like it was yesterday or today, you don't have to worry about your luggage getting wet or you getting wet because your car is covered and it is protected. And Park and Go makes it so simple on flight day, right? You just show up, you go to the spot that's been reserved for you, and the van meets you right away and takes you to the airport terminal. And you're there and you're relaxed with plenty of time to spare. And when you get back from your flight, this is what I love most about Park and Go. The vans are always there for you. Grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the van, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. And they make it so easy to make a reservation as well. You can use their easy-to-use app, which I do all the time, or you can just go to bookparkandgo.com. And when you make that reservation, make sure you prepay to save money. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, a contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Located in KC and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it on a Wednesday morning here on Fescoe and Dusty with Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, and myself. Damn, glad to have you. Already Wednesday, man. I can't just emphasize how this is one of the greatest weeks probably in the history of my life. Ryder Cup, Oktoberfest, Blink-182, Baltimore, Kansas City, and you guys. So yeah, it's been gotta maintain it. But so yesterday,
you mentioned real fast in break, like if the season were to end today, which it kind of is, you'd have Guardians and Tigers in round one and Yankees and Red Sox in round one, right?
Yeah.
I
mean, say less, Bob. I know that I'm hard, very much so, especially being a baseball geek. Man, that'd probably be stationary TV patio Wednesday night, groggy Thursday morning. But I'd be like, man.
But I'll tell you what, dude. Look at the National League, though.
But see, that's where our schedule F's, man. Right? Because those games will be like at 2:35 and 5:45.
Which
so
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, here's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have Detroit at Cleveland. We're gonna have Boston at New York.
Okay.
Then right now in the National League, until the Mets puke up all over themselves, they're gonna go to L.A. for the first wild card. So you got Mets Dodgers.
That's massive.
And then you've got Padres Cubs. I mean, so like that's the outlier right there. The Padres Cubs, while it could be the best series of the bunch, is the one that doesn't have any sort of juice around it. You got the Mets and Dodgers, which is obviously a rivalry, Cleveland and Detroit, and then New York and Boston, man. That is a crazy, crazy Major League Baseball playoff schedule.
What's even crazier are the two teams waiting.
Yeah.
On both sides. Because on the National League side, it's Philadelphia, Milwaukee.
That's right. Milwaukee's the one seed, which is awesome.
Philly's a solid market, but Milwaukee, come on, we can read it. And then on the AL side, who are the two teams waiting?
Seattle and Toronto. Yeah, Toronto's the one seed right now. Now that could change. The Yankees are still there, kind of nip and tuck with all of that kind of stuff.
And Toronto just got Santander back.
Yeah,
so he's eligible to play as if he wasn't doing anything other this year. But I do want to mention this because this was kind of like this topic will brew throughout the week because Green Bay goes to Dallas.
Right.
And I thought that the two storylines that started this game off were Micah Parsons on what he's gonna do if he gets a sack. Dak Prescott said it's gonna hurt. That's what Micah's response was.
And he meant it's gonna hurt him more than it's gonna hurt Dak.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other compliment or comment or story that came out of it was there will be no welcome back. There will be no, moment for Micah in Dallas. And that's Jerry's call. Now, I agree with this move from Jerry Jones for two different reasons. Number one, I get that Micah Parsons is fourth all time in Dallas's history for sacks with 52 in his first 4 seasons with them. But again, it was 4 seasons.
4 years, yeah.
So, it's not like he was, Neil Smith for the Chiefs and went to the Broncos for 2.5 years in the Chargers or whatever it was, and then came back and played. I would totally understand and would understand why it would merit, welcome back, Neil Smith. It would hurt some people, but you'd still be like, that guy was here for the glory days. Respect to that guy. He played here for 9 years with the Chiefs. And then by year 10, he was with Denver or whatever it was. You get what I'm saying. But with Micah, it was it was a very short period. Yes, he was a very dominant player, a very well-known Dallas Cowboy. But the other reason why I agree that Jerry's not doing this is because I think we live in a different time in Dallas where I think the majority now, I would say almost 85%. I think there's probably still 15% of people like, Jerry got us 3 titles and changed our franchise. Whatever he does, I'll trust him. It's like, come on, man.
You think it's 15? You think it's that high?
Maybe. I might be being really nice to Dallas fans. But again, it's Texas.
It is Texas,
And I think the main reason is that there would be an uproar of applause. There would be a celebration celebrating Micah. And I think that when you look at something like this, that's going to do what to Jerry Jones? Make him look like an ass, make him look dumb, make him look, pitiful. And there's one thing that like egotistical, narcissistic, rich billionaires don't want. And those are those three things. Mm-hmm. So props to him for doing this. I'm sure that he's got a lot of help in his PR department and his son. But the longevity wasn't there for Micah to get one of these.
Yeah.
And also
there was no success really there either.
Right.
You know?
And then also like in a moment of saving face, which is okay, I guess, Jerry's doing that as well. So I think there are two different ways to look at that. But I also agree, like, it wouldn't do it. Like, it just, I just wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think you do that. First of all, he didn't play there long enough. Second of all, he didn't win anything. People were comparing it to when Emmitt Smith came back as a member of the Cardinals and they gave a tribute to Emmitt Smith. The Cat won 3 Super Bowls in Dallas.
He missed one game as a starter. And he held out, or 2 games. And that's because he held out for a contract in 95.
And I'll never forget that year, 95, against the Giants on opening night. That guy destroyed the Giants. I'll never forget watching him in that game against the Giants. And I want to say he played with a separated shoulder or something at that point in time. It was an unbelievable performance by Emmitt Smith. But
this is random. Did the Chiefs do anything for Tyreek Hill when he came back the first time? Because wasn't it that playoff game?
Yeah, I think it was the Miami. I don't think so. I think it was too cold for anybody to care.
Either way, I mean,
either way. But like Tyreek didn't deserve a welcome back because of the way things ended and the way things left.
And he was here, 6 years? 5 years?
He was drafted in 2016, and he left after the 2021 season, right? So 5 years roughly here in Kansas City. And they had obviously success. He'll go down as the greatest wide receiver in Chiefs history, in my opinion, as we sit right now. Obviously, who knows what the future holds. But he, the way that he left and the way that he kind of trashed the organization on the way out the door. And that's kind of where you are with Micah Parsons right now, I think, if you're in Dallas. That got ugly down there, man. That wasn't an acrimonious departure. That wasn't something that was, fun. They were legit fighting in the media. Most of the time we thought was Jerry just putting on a show, right? No, this was legit down there. And so I just don't think because, we're in 2025, we always want to celebrate every rando athlete, like when these baseball teams post goodbye to somebody who pitched 1 inning for the team and you're like, thank you for you didn't do anything around here. We don't need to honor everybody that comes back to our organization, especially a guy who didn't, win the championships down there and then it ended the way that it did in Dallas, very, very ugly. And so that's why I think, it's that way, because it ended ugly. And also, again, it was a 4-year run. It was a blip on the radar screen. We don't have to celebrate every former athlete
this isn't the
that
NBA.
comes back.
Seriously.
Thanks for your 6 months.
Yeah, literally.
Thanks for your time. You pitched an inning. You shot
about?
1 ball. And so I'm fine with Dallas doing this. I actually support Dallas. I thought it would have been ridiculous had they did honor Micah
Celtics
Parsons
fans
for
gave
this
Shaq a standing ovation when he came back as a Arizona whatever.
It's like, what? Yeah, no, seriously. James Harden comes back to the Brooklyn Nets. So
Thanks, man.
Thanks for everything, James. No, you destroyed our franchise.
Yes, exactly.
You destroyed our franchise.
I don't know about that, but yes.
Among others.
Yes.
Yeah, well, of course, you were part of destroying our franchise.
For sure.
You're a key cog in this,
Jay-Z.
Which, by the way, did you see the new dressing rooms that they put in that Barclays Center yesterday that they unveiled? They're all like Brooklyn brownstones. I mean, you got to look these things up, man. The dressing rooms for the acts that are going to come in there. I'm like, why do they care what the acts think of the dressing room? And like, well, we're competing against how many different venues in New York for the concerts.
Makes sense.
So they've created all of these. I mean, it is unbelievable. The locker rooms, I say the locker, but the dressing rooms for these acts that they've created. It's insane. They put hundreds of millions of dollars into dressing rooms.
You agree that they shouldn't? You're on the same. Yeah,
for sure. This would be a bigger story if they did. This is a non-story to me. Yeah, of course they're not. I mean, Parsons is a great player, 3-time All-Pro, over 12 sacks every year was there, but it was 4 years. They didn't win anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
If he had won a DPOY, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, even then, but
did he not win one?
No, I don't.
Who's been winning them in the NFC?
Well, Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, it's both leagues?
Yeah,
it counts?
yeah.
Oh, so Bosa's probably got one?
Yeah.
Well, not this year.
Myles Garrett, Bosa. Yeah.
But also, too, when you look at what he did or did not do down in Dallas, to compare it to Emmitt Smith, I think is a really a bad look by whoever was doing that. They also said Zeke Elliott got a tribute when he came back. He also played a very long time in Dallas, right?
Would you say Emmitt Smith's probably Dallas's main franchise player, or would you go Staubach?
Well, I think it's still Roger. I do. I mean, like he was the original, in the Navy quarterback quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. He's the reason why we look at every
Mount
Dallas
Rushmore,
Cowboy.
Dallas Cowboys go.
Probably. I mean, I think
Is
you have
Jerry
to.
on there?
Well,
Seriously?
I mean, I don't know. I was just thinking players, but like, if you're taking Jerry's first 5 years, hell yes, he's on there. If you're taking Jerry's last 30, no.
Because what? It's Staubach. Aikman gets the boot.
Aikman,
Irvin's on there.
Yeah.
Emmett's on there, and Jerry's on there.
Irvin, Emmett, Roger. I mean,
Jerry.
but there's so many guys.
Too many teams.
I mean, look at all the Hall of Famers that the Dallas Cowboys have had over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to pick, who they could have as, their Mount Rushmore. That's an interesting one. That's not an easy layup because the 70s and early 80s, I mean, they were dominating the NFL. I mean, they were the best team. It was America's team. And so they had a lot of great players, but 4 years does not make you a franchise icon or anything like that.
And to your point with Zeke, like, it's up to Jerry Jones. That's his favorite guy.
Yeah,
Zeke's
it's one of his favorite players.
And
Zeke was also there 7 years.
Yeah,
and it ended on a better note.
Yeah,
so
this thing got ugly, man. Like, it got nasty. Like, what
Which
do
is
people
Jerry's
understand?
fault,
Well, it's both of their faults, but I mean, but
It's 95% Jerry.
I'm not even
95,
giving,
yeah.
I'm giving it all to Jerry. But
Yeah, but I mean, it takes two to get a deal done. I don't know what was offered or what the conversations were and all of that kind of stuff.
He called him Michael.
Yeah, and then he called him Michael. Right. No, I'm not absolving Jerry for anything, but, I'm with you. I'm about 95% Jerry's fault, 5% on the other side. But honoring that guy, I mean, come on. That would be like, I don't know, honoring Daniel Sorensen when he came back to Kansas City. Had some big plays, did some nice things. But we would welcome him back, I don't think.
I mean,
I don't know. I'd want a little like.
How long was Tyron here and he banged the drum?
Yeah, 3 years.
Won a title,
change the defense. See, Tyron's it's different with
Titles
Tyron.
matter though.
Titles matter, and what you did in that moment that you were here really matters. How you contributed to the team matters too.
That guy called the entire fan base toxic and still was able to bang the drum.
He banged the drum, yeah, and everybody cheered and celebrated and whatnot. Now this week we get Priest Holmes, who's banging the drum,
Makes
right?
sense.
He played about the same amount of time as Tyrann Mathieu did in Kansas City.
Played for both teams.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about it from that angle.
Priest Holmes has like the most unlucky career ever with like a great 3-year stretch in Kansas City. Played at Austin for the Texas Longhorns. Gets hurt. Who comes in?
Ricky Williams.
What does Ricky Williams do? Win the Heisman.
Smokes weed.
Then all of a sudden he goes to Baltimore. He's their running back of the future. Priest Holmes gets hurt. Who comes in? Jamal Anderson or Jamal
Who the hell was
Jamal
it?
Lewis.
Jamal Lewis.
Jamal
That's
Lewis comes in. What does he do? Run for 2,000 yards because the best running back in Baltimore. Then he goes to Kansas City, where he has 3 very good years behind a great offensive line. Then what happens?
Gets hurt.
He gets hurt against Cincinnati. In comes in Larry Johnson, who then starts his career. So it's just like everywhere Priest went, there was this guy behind him that was also like, but again, Priest was one of the best.
Such is the life of a running back in the NFL.
But think about those
you
3
know?
guys that filled after you. Ricky Williams, still one of the best running backs I've ever seen play college football. Jamal Lewis, who was an absolute man. And then Larry Johnson ended very poorly, but still for a 3-year stretch, 27 was, dominant.
He was good. I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for Priest Holmes, too. He was like the first guest that I booked when I got my job with KMBZ back in 2001, and we're out at OTAs, and I told the host, I said, we're going to have this guy on. They're like, we've never even heard of this guy. Why would you want to book him? I go, he's going to be very good for this team, because I had just come from Texas. There was a lot of talk about him in Texas and all that kind of stuff. But it was an afterthought. They signed him to like a $3 million contract when he came. Nobody wanted Priest Holmes, and the Chiefs took a shot on Priest Holmes and gave him that opportunity to come here, and then assembled that offensive line around him and turned him into one of the great running backs, after like week 6 or whatever it was, where they finally realized, oh, this is our guy. But I'll never I always remember watching him at practice. He would always run to the end zone. Every play he would finish in the end zone. And I had a conversation with Vermeil one time, like, he's so good. What makes him so good? He goes, he does what he does because he does what he does. And I'm like, okay, now tell me something normal. He goes, well, watch him every play. I go, yeah. He goes to the end zone. He goes, right. That's why he's great. He finishes every play in the touchdown. He does everything right. He does everything the right way. And that's what I'll always remember about Priest Holmes. He was a kind of a tone setter, a game changer, obviously on the field, but his off the field work ethic, man, was insane. I mean, he's one of the most yoked dudes that I've ever seen. And so it'll be cool to see him up there. I didn't even think of the Baltimore kind of thing when they said he was banging the drum and all of that kind of stuff. And so I like that aspect of it. But, man, he was beautiful to watch for 3 years. I don't know that I've seen a smoother, more elegant running back in this franchise than Priest Holmes. He was just special.
Have you guys both seen Vegas Vacation?
Oh, God, yes.
You know the scene where Randy Quaid meets Wayne Newton for the first time? He's like, I'd die for you, and like pats his hair.
Yeah.
So I was a cashier at a Price Chopper on Woods Chapel in 291, right there in the crosshairs. And
That's where they have the nicotine-flavored vodka.
Yep, UV.
Oh.
And he would come in early mornings on Saturdays. And I was always, my cashier schedule on Saturday was 7:30 to 12:30.
That's the bonus hour, man. When you're in the grocery store Saturday, 7:30 to 12:30.
Greatest schedule of all time
fantastic.
because I come in at 7:30, I'd work till 11, I'd take a 30-minute break, so I'd go from 11 to 11:30, and then I'd have an hour left of the lunch rush of groceries coming through, and I was gone.
Yeah,
Day was over.
You kind of missed the rush. It's quiet on a Saturday morning until, that's a good shift.
So Priest would come in at like 8 a.m. Nobody's in the store, and I remember one time he had like this just like skin tight on the biceps shirt. It like had like the little bands in it or whatever that like crinkled up. And me being a weirdo, he comes to us like, "Oh man, you're Priest Holmes." He's like, "Yeah, man." I was like, "Thanks for everything." And he's like,
yeah, "But what do you say though? You know who you are?"
Yeah, I mean, I was a 17-year-old. Well, 2003, so 2006 I was 18, so like 15. I was 16 years old at the time. It was in the summer. And as he walked through, I'm just like, "Man, your biceps are huge." He's like, "Thanks, man, plastic." And I was like, "All right, anyway." So we
he did that. Really.
Because I was just like, he was like, "Thanks, man." I was like, because I almost want to do like how Randy Quaid touches the hair. I want to like pinch the top of his bite. I was like, but that's goofy.
But I will say this: bag your own stuff, dude. Like, there's nothing worse than I hate watching people stand there. Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, there was two.
I thought he was talking to you, like, stop talking to me.
Me and
bag.
Doris in the morning, and then her husband. They were just two retired
Doris
people.
smoked, didn't she?
No, they
really?
Were just
wow.
two. They lived at John Knox Village. They went to I think like a United Methodist
Widow
Church in
Central,
Summit,
baby.
and just her and her husband worked every morning 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and she would cashier until I got there, and then he would bag for both of us. So
that's just something to do to get out of the house at that point in time.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
And go gamble at the boats.
But if there's no bagger at the end of the line, do it yourself. Yeah. There's nothing worse than watching these boomers watch the guy bag their groceries while they hold up the entire line.
It's ridiculous.
It is boomer central watching these folks do this kind of stuff.
My job.
Bag your stuff, man. Help everybody out. We're living in a society.
Costanza. So speaking of Priest Holmes banging the drum against the Ravens, that is the game of the week, in my opinion. I know Dallas and Green Bay will have probably much more views for that game, which is a Sunday night standalone game.
Not a great slate.
It's not a good slate.
This week.
Not
well,
really
you
at
have
all.
those in the NFL. They set up their weeks on purpose, and then they give you a little lull, and then they get back at it.
Yeah.
And college slate, though.
Very. And so with Mahomes and Lamar Jackson playing, this will be the 7th time they will play each other. Mahomes against Lamar Jackson in his career, 4-2 against him in the regular season with 1 win in the playoffs. Mahomes has not only like proven his resume throughout his career with rings and wins and playoff appearances and AFC championships and division titles. I'm running out of breath. But Mahomes beats the elite of the elite. And I think that is a stat that gets talked about but doesn't get really focused on, if that makes any sort of damn sense. But Mahomes, when you look at his playoff record, he's done it so much so you just run out of the same teams to play, but he's beaten really good teams. The only Achilles heel he has is running into Tom Brady a couple times and losing the Super Bowl and losing the AFC Championship game to New England. But he lost to Burrow, and that's his one loss in the playoffs to these elite quarterbacks. He is 12-9 versus the elite of the elite, which I would consider Burrow, Lamar, and Allen, right? We would consider those the three.
That's
Herbert
great.
is making a case to be like,
Herbert's
hey,
starting to make a case. Yeah,
Let
but
me in the room.
he may knock Burrow out of the room. You know, this Heisman house that we
If
see
he
every
gets
weekend, right? There's a good chance that Burrow gets knocked out of the elite quarterback house because he's got the toe injury, man. You can't make the club in the tub. You can't be elite if you're toe Burrow.
Right. And so I think this is kind of one of those things where this is not necessarily like where you'll judge their careers because of playoff games, but this will be a game in which Patrick Mahomes will play Lamar Jackson again. And if he wins, he's 5-2 against him in the regular season and 1-0 in the playoffs. He is 3-3 versus Burrow. Again, started off 3 losses to Joe Burrow, but then has won every single game since, one of them being an AFC Championship game, kind of patched that up. Josh Allen, we know, regular season hero. He's 5-4 against Allen in the regular season, 4-0 against Josh Allen in the playoffs. And this is a
I
game.
can't believe they played almost an entire season against each other, too. They've played 13 times.
Well, look at Brady and Manning, man. That's why I say Mahomes and Allen is Brady and Manning of modern time.
Well, they played 9 times, right?
9 times. He's
5 and 4 total overall. Like, wow, they played 13 times already.
Well, they're going to play. They're going to play 10 times again this year.
Well, yeah, they'll play in the
11.
regular season. Probably will play in the postseason as well. You know, when it may be up in Buffalo, that's fine. We'll go up there and embarrass them and beat them in Buffalo. I have no worries at all.
Last game in that stadium.
Last game in that stadium would be the Chiefs beating Buffalo in the playoffs. Oh, I'm feeling it right now, man. I am. Mac did the flex motion, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm feeling it now. Let's go.
He did the
close
Maloney.
that. Yeah, he's out there flexing, baby. Let's go. No, I love that scenario right now. That is the perfect dream scenario. AFC Championship game, Buffalo, final game, Rich Stadium, Orchard Park, New York. It's a big deal. And the Chiefs come out victorious, and they exact revenge.
I know that I'm hard. Patrick Mahomes wins this one in 12 seconds.
That's right. That's exactly what happened. And they still tell us that Patrick Mahomes is an elite, right? Well, who is he beating? Well, he did beat Josh Allen now twice on the road in the AFC playoffs, right? Yeah, but Joe Burrow's still better with a fur coat.
But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. You got to play this game Sunday against Lamar Jackson.
You're right.
You win this game, you have then solidified dominance over Lamar Jackson. And it would be the question, like, can Lamar Jackson beat Patrick Mahomes?
Well,
it's already going to be there today on your national shows because they'll start ramping up week 4.
Is he 1-5 at Arrowhead?
Yeah, I think
I saw something about that or heard something about that. Lamar, I'm talking about 1-5 at Arrowhead.
Well, they played 6 times, and Mahomes is 4-2 against him, and 1 win was in the playoffs, and that was in Baltimore. That was the AFC Championship game.
So he can't be 1-5 then. I don't know where I saw that.
But he
yesterday.
could be 1-4.
Yeah, 1-4 at Arrowhead. Yeah, I'm getting more excited about this
because I know the game they won. That's the one where they looked at the sideline and Harbaugh was opening night, and he goes, "Do you want to do it, Lamar?" He goes, "Let's go
that's
do
right.
it," and he ran it in.
Yeah.
And then last year they lost the opener, so we know those 2 losses. So we'll see what happens.
And then you had that big pass to Tyreek Hill in Mahomes' first year as a starter. The 4th and 7
or 4th
play.
and 9, 4th and 9 over the middle.
Whenever one went for 40,
Tyreek would have scored if he didn't have a bad. Oh, he's crazy.
Yeah.
He ran all the other side, threw it over. That's Spencer Ware was your running back.
I mean, and that was the no-look pass game, too.
Yes.
And that wasn't even the best pass in that game. And then you're right, Spencer Ware was your running back. Yeah. And we're saying, oh, we got to find a running. Spencer Ware was our running back.
Take Spencer Ware.
You know what I would take?
Kendrick?
I'd take that offensive line that was in front of.
That's fair.
Damn right.
I'll take that offensive line that was in front of Spencer Ware, Mitchell Schwartz, Eric Fisher. Who were the guys in the middle at that point in time? Mitch Morse was your center. Yep. Mitch Morse was your center at that time. And then you had 2 guards.
Jeff Allen? Was he there yet? Or is he gone?
He may have been
late.
Gone.
Yeah, Allegretti, I don't know.
Yeah, Nick Allegretti's playing great in D.C., too. That you start to look back at, like, losses that you didn't think were going to matter at the time. When he signed with Washington, I'm like, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
He's been playing great there. We could use Nick Allegretti in his coin collecting right now.
I forgot about the coin collecting.
He's a big coin collector, man. Him and Binkley talked about quarters.
Sorry, I messed up. Binkley has sent me 15 text messages to let me know that Lamar Jackson is Mahomes is 5-1 against Lamar Jackson.
5-1 against Lamar.
5-1. They're meeting for the 7th time now. Mahomes 5-1 according to.
So that's
Jay
the
Binkley.
stat was that he was 1-5 against Mahomes. It wasn't at
That
Arrowhead.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay. Please forgive me.
Please forgive me.
Also, it is a Wednesday.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So this thought came into my head because of the Philadelphia tush push and what Philadelphia has been to the Chiefs of recent, but also it brings up Cincinnati. The poll question today on the Fescoe and Dusty poll on the Fan 965 on X: who do you hate more as a Chiefs fan? The Philadelphia Eagles or the Cincinnati Bengals?
That question and answer has changed in 365 days in a big way for me.
We will monitor that as well and come back and be joined by Jay Binkley here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear former Chiefs linebacker Derek Johnson every Monday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Fall's the best time of year to clean up the outside of your home or business, and the best way to do that is with a fresh coat of paint from my friends at CertaPro Painters. You want your home or business to make a great impression, and that starts with the exterior. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're choosing the best in the business for your job. CertaPro Painters go the extra mile. If there's a way to save you money, they'll let you know, and they take care of every detail from start to cleanup. So do what we did and schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Inbound I-70, the Missouri side, just a little off again on against slow stuff from 470 in towards 435. 71 northbound, slow rolling from 87th up towards Gregory. And in Belton, 49 northbound, a little slow past Missouri 58. Allen Carr, 96.5 the fan, traffic.
Chewing tobacco, football and boots. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Quigley. He loves beer and chewing tobacco, football and booze. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Bigley.
And he takes Tylenol. I kid. We're with Jay Binkley now here on 96.5 The Fan. Bink, I apologize for missing that stat. I added the playoff into the regular season instead of the overall, so I apologize for skewing that stat, my man.
Nah, Dust, man. I've been sitting here looking at that number this week or whatever.
Yep.
I think he lost to him twice, and he always smacks him around. Smacks around him and Josh Allen.
Hey,
nobody's business.
I have a really serious question for you. I understand that football reigns supreme in your life, but so does the United States of America in golf. Sunday, the Ryder Cup, it's where it's 1v1, and it's Chiefs and Ravens at 325. Like, are you going to TV it, or does it matter?
It's going to have to be 2 TVs, man. The Ryder Cup is
and that's the day, man. That's like Bryson versus Rory if they do it right.
It is unreal. Yeah, it's a sports dream this weekend.
Yeah, so, Jay, I'm just going to say this right from the jump. You sold me a bill of goods on this college football stuff last weekend, not a very big slate, but you're going to make up for it this weekend, right? We got a lot going on in college football from a big slate standpoint.
It depends. I mean, there were some good games on it, but yeah, this is the best weekend of the year. 4 games with ranked opponents, where both teams are ranked. There's actually 6 because I think Washington, who's playing Ohio State, should be ranked. They are undefeated, and also Auburn fell out of the rankings, but we all saw they got screwed against Oklahoma, right? They had a touchdown, a scoop and score. It was not counted. Oklahoma hit a player that was supposed to
I've never seen that before.
And
I'm watching that game, and they're hiding players on the field. Like, that was something I've never heard of. I'm surprised Belichick didn't do that.
And then Auburn's quarterback told the fans of Oklahoma, "You wish you were me."
And then Oklahoma quarterback breaks his hand and is out a month. What a game.
Yeah, it's weird. And Sean Mateer, believe it or not, was the Heisman leader.
Tell him who is now, Binkley.
Who is now is Fernando Mendoza, man. Believe it or not, it's this is the quarterback of Indiana. He transferred from Cal, but I don't think
I'll have to Google.
You'd have to go back pretty far through history that the leading Heisman odds was Indiana quarterback.
Well, no, you do. The last time I think it was 1989 they had a runner-up in the Heisman voting that year, and it was a running back. And he I can't remember his name, but I did do a deep dive on this guy last night. He was played 3 or 4 years with Phoenix, and then it was over for him. But it's kind of cool to see Indiana in the middle of everything right now. But KU, Missouri, big wins for them over the weekend. Missouri's got this big star at their running back position. KU just destroyed, West Virginia over the weekend. What are you thinking about the 2 locals right now? Because K-State, forget about it, man. You got other issues to worry about, like maybe having to fire your coach.
Yeah, K-State's got some main issues. They're coming off that bye and playing UCF this week. Who did hammer Bill Belichick in North Carolina last week with Bill Belichick's girlfriend walking on the sideline, which doesn't happen in football ever, and people are pointing it out. But Kansas looked good against West Virginia. They just hammered West Virginia. West Virginia was coming off a big emotional win off of Pittsburgh, their backyard brawl, their rivals in college football. They beat them in overtime. But that game was a no-doubter. I mean, you're not used to seeing Kansas just completely take another team out of the game early on immediately and just completely dominate them. Cincinnati comes to Lawrence this week, and KU's 4.5-point favorites. KU's going to cover this game against Cincinnati. KU's a good football team this year, and Lance Leipold is throwing some gas, calling Cincinnati the best team they've played all year because they also played Missouri this year. But he's calling Cincinnati the best team they played this year. But on the other end, Missouri, they've got a running back named Ahmad Hardy.
Oh, never heard of him.
If you always play, this dude, he's like watching Derrick Henry.
Right?
Man.
He's ran for 600 yards on 79 attempts, 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's great. He's the second leading rusher in the nation. He leads the SEC in rushing. He's had 4 straight 100-yard games for Missouri, including a 250-yard game. But if you watch him run, it's just nonchalant, just a stiff arm. Like, I haven't seen a college player stiff arm like Derrick Henry. But that is I've seen him do it, but not consistently. Like him, he just doesn't go down. He was going to score a touchdown. He comes out of the pile, his feet still, off the ground, off the turf, and gets in the end zone. He's a true sophomore. He transferred from Louisiana Monroe, actually led the Sun Belt in rushing last year. This guy's one of the top running backs in the transfer portal, so he is good, and you're going to get to see him go on even next year. And Jamal Roberts from Missouri, that's a great 1-2 combination they have there. But Missouri with the big win over South Carolina in the Battle of Columbia's last week, where Missouri's now went 6-7 against South Carolina. But it's UMass. It's UMass this week for Missouri.
UMass week, yeah.
Yeah, before bye week, before Alabama. And Alabama's played much better than that first loss they had against Florida State at the beginning of the year. So, conceivably, Missouri does not go on the road until October 18th at Auburn. They could be undefeated heading to that matchup. But, yeah, the local schools have been fun to watch.
No doubt. Binkley, have you ever wanted to, choke slam anyone more than Brendel Chamblee?
Yeah, there's probably a few people in there, Dustman, but he's up there. You don't like him.
Not a fan. We're going to talk about him a little bit later on in the show, but I do want to talk to you about this Chiefs team because you get way more involved in the X's and O's, which is why we love you. With especially the Characters Concerns podcast. So the characters of concern, I want to ask you about more in concern with the offensive line or the defensive line for Jay Binkley.
I think the offensive line and what they're doing, they've got to gel because Patrick Mahomes, that's the guy, man. I mean, yeah, the defense looked great the last couple of weeks. And the defensive line, believe it or not, guys, the Kansas City Chiefs have 7 sacks this year. And although that's not many, we always think of the Baltimore Ravens as this vaunted defense. They only got 3. They're 29th in the NFL and getting to the quarterback. But the gelling of the offensive line and seeing Mahomes have to scramble, seeing Juwan Taylor jumps or false start, and just no continuity. Seeing Creed Humphrey bounce one off his leg a couple of weeks ago. But get that group together because this is for Mahomes. Because if this line gels and goes together, they can start drafting offensive skill positions to really bolster because they are where they're at. Because, as I said, they've had 31 draft picks the last 4 years, and only 7 of them have been offensive skill positions. And, of course, that's the 1 first-rounder, 3 second-round wide receivers, a 4th-round tight end, and 2 7th-round running backs. It's time to bolster that. But it all starts with a great offensive line up front from Kansas City. But they struggled. Last week, and they're going to struggle against aggressive pass rush. That's one thing the Giants do have, with Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence in the middle and in the way that they were using Abdul Carter, at the off-ball linebacker and putting him around. But, yeah, I'm getting more concerned about the offensive line. But I'll say this, though. People are saying, well, is this Ravens defense going to work the Chiefs' offensive line? Here's the one thing about the Ravens. This is not your daddy's defense.
No.
This is a big bundle of suck, as I like to say, defense. You know where the Ravens rank in the NFL? Number 32.
Yeah, they're last.
32 defense. They're 31st against the pass. And you'll say, well, it's just an anomaly. It's early in the season, whatever. You know what Baltimore was last year in pass defense? 31. It was Baltimore than Jacksonville, the 2 worst secondaries in the NFL. So they haven't gotten better. They were 31 last year, 30 this year. They're 30 against the run. They have not been good. They give up a lot of sacks on the offensive line. They've given up 12 sacks this year. That's number 2 in the NFL. I know Lamar Jackson didn't get sacked very much, but that's number 2 in the NFL.
7 times on Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah, it was fun 7 times in that. But this defense is not the same defense you're used to with the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, they've given up over 30 points twice. That's insane.
Sweet. Yeah, it's like Baltimore in name only here, man. I think we see the Ravens and we think, oh, how is our offense going to get going against this defense? And then you do that deep dive in the defense and you watch them on Monday night and you realize that defense is not good. This is a get healthy game potentially offensively for this team with how low they rank, from a defensive standpoint. Like the Chiefs have to do it this weekend against a bad defense.
No, they have to. And an offense, they are scoring a ton of points, but, they do run for 122 a game. The Chiefs run for 108, as bad as that running game has been. But the one thing about the Ravens is that myth. It's one of those big myths. Sports has a lot of myths, There's always that narrative that Patrick Mahomes is getting older in a dynasty, but he just turned 30 years old. It's myth. The myth of the Ravens defense is big and bad and they're bullies. Well, they're number 32 in the NFL. They're not bullying anybody at this point. Matter of fact, the top 2 teams that people look at, Baltimore and Buffalo, Buffalo's defense is not that good either. I mean, we're talking about 2 teams that scored 41 and 40 first game of the year. Teams that give up at least 40 points in the first game have never won the Super Bowl, so that bodes well for both Baltimore and Buffalo. That's stat. Love that one.
No doubt. Binkley, well, enjoy the game, enjoy the Ryder Cup, and enjoy the Paige Spiranek post that she will have in about 24 hours for you.
Every one of them, Dustman. Keep sending them.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, see you guys later.
Jay Binkley there for you. Love it, man. You get it all right there. Stats, fun, big bundle of suck, and BBL stinky all at the same time. Ravens down bad, and an early lead doesn't matter anymore. Here on 96.5 The Fan. your home for Kansas City sports.
BBL Stinky.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending have cured our blues on a couple occasions over the last decade or so. We love working with the folks over at Golden Oak Lending because they take care of us, and they take care of you as well. If you're a client with Golden Oak Lending, they're always looking for a better way to save you money, to see if there's a mortgage out there that can help you save dough every single month. But you have to take the free mortgage checkup to find out where you stand. I suggest this for everybody. We do it about twice a year with Golden Oak, kind of find out where we are financially, and maybe there's a better plan out there for us. And with Golden Oak, the free mortgage checkup is just that. It is free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's you having a conversation and telling the folks at Golden Oak Lending all about your financial situation. Then they get to work. And if they have a plan that's better than the one you're in, they're going to let you know about it. And if they don't, they're going to let you know that too. They'll never put you in a mortgage that isn't better than the one that you currently have. And right now, the average cash out customer at Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month. And when you refinance, you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So call them today, 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, or visit them at goldenoaklending.com and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Inside the Huddle with Cody and Gold each day from noon till 1 on 96.5 The Fan. Inside the Huddle is brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue on the official radio partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. 96.5 The Fan.
Get your home ready for the change in seasons with a $69 HVAC tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. Our pros can help you lower energy costs, prevent costly breakdowns, and make sure your system is running at peak efficiency right when you need it most. And it's all backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Make it a tradition. Grab your friends or family and ring bells together for the Salvation Army. Just 2 hours can change lives this holiday season. Sign up today at registertoring.com. That's registertoring.com.
Sports brought to you by the Salvation Army and registertoring.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. Kansas side, 35 northbound, slows around Antioch, gets heavier trying to get onto 635 northbound. There's an accident on the ramp, but it's off on the shoulder. But a lot to look at. Things are slow. Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber, is different than a lot of plumbers out there. They don't overpromise and underdeliver. They do what they say they will. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Listen to the Royals and A's this Sunday on the Fan AM 610 with Vern's on Deck show starting at 1. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Get to one word in about 20 minutes from now. Mac Morey gets to take over the show. Champing at the bit.
Are you champing, Mac?
Oh, yeah. I'm champing actually today for Max Pack coming up in the next segment.
Oh.
It took me a long time to decide these 5 teams today.
Oh, are the Chiefs making is that a tease? Do the Chiefs make it back?
I'm looking at the list, and I think I know the answer to that question. You're going to hate my bottom feeders. I know you are.
Gosh.
But I do it based on the week. I don't do it based on overall. Mine is always based on what I witnessed last week. I witnessed last week.
I haven't looked at either one of them.
Okay,
and if I did, it was last night. I've already forgot.
Okay, great.
So like a spelling bee, Bob, you can ding me as soon as I get one wrong in your bottom feeders.
Okay.
I'm gonna, and I don't think I'm gonna get them right. Cleveland, Dallas, Green Bay.
Bing.
I try to go Bob Fescoe there.
You got
lost
one.
the Browns.
Yeah, exactly. You lost to the Browns. You're lucky to be a bottom feeder. You're lucky I didn't kick you out of the NFL and send you to Canada.
Because last week the Browns and Dolphins weren't even worthy of bottom feeding.
No, exactly.
They weren't even barnacles.
No.
Barnacle Bob over here.
No, they weren't. They were terrible. Hey, we know you suck.
Oh,
this week we had, as Binkley said,
big
what did he say? A big bundle of suck. Yeah,
yes, man.
I mean, there's no other way to describe the Packers' performance last Sunday than a big bundle of suck.
So we may see some crossover. We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, you're gonna have one team on your high list, and I'll have one on the low list.
And then when Bob's right,
it's better doing them naked, isn't it? Don't you feel the freedom? I do. I was talking to somebody yesterday. One of my good friends texted me. He goes, "I sleep naked too." I go, "You should."
It's crazy.
It's great.
It's been crazy to me doing this show now for a little bit over a year. How many people pick apart like what sticks with them? Right? Remember when we went downstairs and Miss Lynn was down there? We were talking about how I said my grandmother's feet look like English muffins.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And she's like, English muffins. Now I'm like 4 hours. And that's
what I told you guys. They don't remember your sports takes. They don't. No, they don't remember unless
Only
it's like
when
really
they matter.
bad. Like, oh, you said the Chiefs were going to go 17-0. Okay.
Actually, Lamar is 1-5.
Yeah, right. But they, I mean, when I go, I will be remembered for apple picking, and that's it. That'll be it. The apple picking and cider. That'll be it. And 119th and all. It will be nothing else.
Depending on the stadium news, you might trump the old cider talk.
I don't know. If both end up in Kansas, maybe. But I mean, I had a guy at the gym yesterday come up to me. Not yesterday, 2 days ago. It's Rosh Hashanah. We're off for these next 2 days. But he had said to me, he goes on Monday. He goes, man, I heard over the weekend a lot of people saying the stadium's going to 119th and all. He goes, you've been telling us that for almost a year, and nobody wanted to believe you. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you.
If they do, Mac, you're going to have to like put Bob's face on that guy's face from the Last Dance that does the.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I was thinking about it. I was just going to tweet out the Kermit drinking tea. That was it. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go after the people who wanted me fired. But that one is good. Yeah, good one. There's a jackass in town who wanted me fired for saying.
I think the best thing you could do is just go silent because everybody will be wanting to know what you're going to say. And then
on social media,
just don't say anything.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to say anything on
you
there.
should,
No, yeah. I know. You want to know what I'm going to say? It'll be here. That's where we make our money, right?
On
It's not on
96.5
X.
The Fan.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll save it for that. But yeah, no, but that's what people remember, man. They remember the stuff that makes them laugh. They remember the stuff that makes them smile. They remember the stuff that is relatable to them, right? And that's where you get like your grandma's feet look like English muffins.
They did.
I mean, somebody goes, "Oh yeah, my grandmother's like everybody had a grandmother who had ugly feet." I'm sure
she could have put a cigarette out on her heel.
Oh,
Ravens are down bad.
We're just not very good. I think biggest thing on playing on the Ravens defense is the organization, the fans. They've seen greatness. So being bad, being good, really, it's just not the standard.
Definitely not where we wanted to be. No excuses can be made at this point. If it's not one thing, it's another, and it's kind of like we just got to patch everything up right now.
Just the biggest problem is we didn't play good run defense. I mean, we didn't, as a defense complete, we didn't do it, and that's not going to be good enough. There's nobody in that locker room that thinks that's good enough. That's disappointing. That's bad run defense, and that's not who we are. It cannot be who we are. It's not going to be good enough. It's not going to be acceptable, and it's got to be better.
I feel like week one was a wake-up call. You know, not just this loss. Week one was a wake-up call. Last week was a wake-up call, you know, because we started off slow last week, and, you know, we got beat tonight.
Quit hitting the
Those
snooze
Lions
button, Lamar.
They had a great game plan. I feel like offense and defense for those guys played great. We just got to find a way to win.
Yeah, man, I'm my worst critic, so I'm going to watch the film. I continue to watch it. I know we got a short week, but it's just crazy. Man. 3 fumbles straight. You know, trying every day to fix a problem. Just keeps occurring. So I'm trying to work on it, man. I'm my worst critic, so I'm not gonna try to beat myself up too much, but it's hard not to when it's consecutive and consistent and me doing the same thing.
Sounds like a completely different 1-2 team than the other 1-2 team playing them this weekend at Arrowhead.
I mean, that's Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Hamilton, John Harbaugh, Lamar Jackson, and Derrick Henry. If you're scoring at home, that's anybody that matters right now for the Baltimore Ravens. All saying things like Marlon Humphrey, we're just not very good. Kyle Hamilton, no excuses. John Harbaugh, bad run defense. Wake up call for Lamar. Derrick Henry trying to fix the problem. This is a team down bad, bro. Like, go punch these mother bleepers in the face right from the beginning, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to punch them in the face right at the beginning, and then they get the here we go again type of mentality that they've had this season. And it's hard to say, oh, what they did last season matters this season and the history and all that kind of stuff. But the history is what it is. Lamar is 1-5 against Patrick Mahomes. Hit these guys early. Make these guys hurt early. Go after the jugular early in this one and send the Baltimore Ravens packing early in this game. This is a team, Dusty, that's down bad, man.
This is Chris Canty calling out the Ravens.
Right now, what we're about to do the next 10 minutes is give you the anatomy of an ass whipping, because that's what happens. And I'm calling people out by name today because I'm upset.
Oh.
So those defensive tackles, Travis Jones, Broderick Washington, John Jenkins, Brent Urban, y'all got manhandled by some pups from the Detroit Lions.
Pups.
They had issues at the guard position. There's been turnover on the interior of that offensive line. Guess what? They had no issues last night. They was running those double team blocks, that duo play, and they was making them love it. As my former coach, Clarence Brooks, God rest his soul, would always say. They were making you love it, big fella. Making you love it.
Making you love it. Is that a recipe for disaster or a recipe for fire?
I think it's a recipe for disaster for the Baltimore Ravens right now. I just think, you're in that, that swell where you're trying to figure out who you are and what you're doing and why it's not working. That to me is just go out there and get after it, man. Like, a guy bloviating on the radio that used to play for your organization shouldn't be the thing that has to fire you up to go play in an NFL game. And so if they're using that to fire them up, fine, I guess. But I just feel like this is a wounded duck right now. And they give up leads, too. They've given away 16 different games in which they've had a second-half touchdown lead. It's 7 more than any other team in the league. So even if Baltimore gets a little bit of an advantage on you, so what? They quit. at the end. This is a team that you have the opportunity to get under the skin of, right? And an opportunity you just have to kind of needle and kill with 1,000 paper cuts and make them uncomfortable. And eventually they're just going to hit the knockout button and step out of the ring, and somebody's going to throw in the towel. It's also a great opportunity, I feel like, for Trey and Creed this week to kind of get healthy and to get better with this defensive line that Baltimore has right now, 31-32 against the run. Go assert your powers, man. Big week for those guys.
See what happens. Binkley wants to see some gel this week with that offensive line. Sounds like a good time to get that figured out because Karen Van Noy may not also play in this game.
Yeah, Karen
either,
may be out, right? Yeah.
Coming up next, it's Max Pack and Bob's Bottom Feeders. Also one word here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Leo Chanel, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying to you right now. Stop dealing with the pain. You don't have to do that anymore because you know what? You've got nagging pain for way too long, and you're like, man, I need to get rid of this. I don't know what to do. Well, my friends at QC Kinetics are going to help you know exactly what to do. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually help heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, plan it around life, plan it around walking the dog without stopping, plan it around playing ball with the kids until they get tired. And if you're waking up without that first step being the worst step of the day, that's great. But if you're not, go see my friends over at QC Kinetics, where there's no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab those MRIs and x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free. So there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side inbound I-70 gets heavy around Woods Chapel. Stays pretty slow, not quite to Little Blue Parkway with an accident blocking the right lane. Past that, things are off again on again sluggish from about Lee Summit Road in towards 40 Highway. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It's time for Max Pack.
That's right, baby. Max Pack, Bob's Bottom Feeders here on 96.5 The Fan. We do it every Wednesday at 7:15. Then we get into one word. Before we do that, I just want to give you an update on the poll question of the Fescoe and Dusty
how
poll
we doing
question.
on that?
Who do you hate more right now as a Chiefs fan, the Philadelphia Eagles or the Cincinnati Bengals? We got 120 votes. Small sample, but we're just getting started. Shout out to everybody taking their kids to school today. We love you for listening. The Philadelphia Eagles winning 80.8%.
I'm surprised it's that low. I am, because I think times have changed. That's why, in sports, things change on a dime, right?
Come gather around, people.
And we were here last year going, how much we hate Cincinnati. And now, after experiencing Eagle fans, up yours, Philadelphia.
I used to hate my ex, and now I hate my ex after that ex. I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Are they all down there in Texas?
There's one that lives in Texas, but she was there with my ex. She's just my future wife.
Does everybody have an ex that lives in Texas? And I'm being serious about that, because I do. Do you not? No.
I do not.
But yours are in Tennessee.
It's true.
That's where you hang your hat?
They are not the only 10s I see now.
Oh, cities.
Yes, you're right. Tennessee cities, man.
Cities, yes.
Come on, Alex. All right, Matt, get into your Max Pack.
All righty, Max Pack.
Biased son of a gun.
I told y'all this was a tough week for me. Now, listen, this is not like Bob's list that's week to week, more of a bottom power rankings. This is who can hoist a Lombardi trophy. We're talking about playoffs. We're talking about, December, January, February. Think about how hard it is to make it through 3 rounds or 4 rounds in the NFL playoffs. So let's start at number 1.
What 4 rounds are we talking about? The Super Bowl being the 4th round? Yeah. Wild card, divisional, championship, Super Bowl. That's a run.
It's a run.
It's a run, man. It really is. That's a hell of a run.
Those 3 or 4 rounds, we know how tough those are. Yeah, it's hard. It's not just anyone can be on this list. So Philadelphia Eagles are number 1. They're the defending champs. They're by no means dominant. They can win in any way.
Who called them boring the other day? Oh, Drew Brees making his triumphant return to television. When he was on NBC, he was awful. Like, they fired him after the first game. He's now on First Take, which, fine.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he said the Eagles are boring. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, they're not a fun team to watch. The tush push isn't entertaining, but
it works.
If you need to get into a high-scoring game, they are obviously able to do that. They're down 6-27 or whatever it was. They come back, roaring back, score over 30 points. They can run the ball. Their defense is not as good as it was last year, but I have hope for them to be able to still pressure the quarterback as well as anyone in the league. But no dominant team right now. Number 2, the Bills. The Bills, Josh Allen's so good. He's doing similar things to what Mahomes is doing, except he has a better offensive line, and he's even got better weapons, which is a low bar right now. But
he's
he does
on
have
top of the Mahomes mountain.
Yep. No, I've always said it's that small gap. It seems like that gap's getting even more and more razor thin between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. That defense is not good. We heard Jay Binkley talk about it. Their secondary's rough. They can't stop the run. Joe Binkley's good. His brother's awesome. The Green Bay Packers at number 3. I know they lost to the Browns. I know Bob will talk about it. It was a bad week. But I still believe in this team. I still think they have all the tools to be an elite team.
It's only week 3. I would hope you still do.
I still love Jordan Love. They've got to figure out the receivers, but we kind of knew that before the season.
They're going to demolish Dallas, by the way.
Yes,
I think it's like a 45-10 type of score.
Matthew Golden had a great route that should have been a 70-yard touchdown. He just stepped out of bounds because he's a rookie. We know that, right? Xavier Worthy last year. He's getting open, just doesn't quite have everything put together. Matthew Golden will by week 7 or week 8. Number 4 is the Los Angeles Rams. They had that game against the Eagles. They had it last year, too, in the playoffs, driving down the field to win that game. Puka Nacua just couldn't quite hold on as Matthew Stafford gets hit in that divisional round
How
game.
about the Rams, though, when you really think about that? 2 of their biggest losses in the last 6 months have been to Philadelphia like that. Like, that's your kryptonite right there if you're the Rams.
They're as close as anyone gets to Philadelphia right now. I mean, they're the only team that gave them a sniff of a chance in the playoffs, and obviously right here had them.
You got to finish, man.
Yeah.
Like there was a slogan years ago, and it was either Haley or Romeo Crennel one year, and they used the slogan for the year was finish. And it was, we get to the third quarter, we're doing all right, and then we don't finish in the fourth quarter, right? You've got to finish off these games in the NFL. The witching hour is the witching hour for a reason, right? Because games come down to that final fourth quarter. And so when everybody's rolling into the fourth quarter thinking their team's eliminated from the game, I'm like, no, we got a long time to go in these games, man.
Yep.
Really?
So I'm still have the Rams at 4. Number 5, yes, there's some homerisms here, but let me talk to you about it. The Kansas City Chiefs are number 5, and let's talk about it, okay?
I'm good with that. I don't know.
There's no Bucs, no Chargers on this list.
Yep. So the honorable mentions would be Lions, Bucs, Ravens, Chargers. Lions.
You still have the Ravens up there. See, I've talked myself out of the Ravens right now. I've talked myself to the Ravens being a team that we should take care of business against on Sunday and not a Super Bowl contender. So I'm glad you're different.
Well, I would say the Chiefs are similar to the Ravens right now, but the difference is the Chiefs have done it. We've seen the Chiefs be bad before and fix this all, right? 5 out of the last 6 Super Bowls, won the division for 9 straight years. Like, they are the anomaly in this scenario. When we're talking about hoisting Lombardi Trophy, some early troubles, some early bumps in the road, I don't really see that as something that's going to hinder their chances come December, January, and February. Whereas I look at the Lions, I haven't seen them do that. Yes, they made one NFC Championship game, but I have more questions with them. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I love Baker Mayfield. That team's great, but they lost Mike Evans. Chris Godwin's still not healthy.
And their whole line is decimated now.
Yes, and that defense has serious issues. Same with the Baltimore Ravens and the Chargers. Yes, are they the 5th best team in a power rankings right now? Probably. But I'm going to put the Chargers in number 5 in Max Pack to hoist the Lombardi Trophy, and Justin Herbert's never won a playoff game. That's not usually how that works, right? Usually you lose a couple, you win a couple, and then finally you make it over that hump. I think they've got a year or two of some more playoff woes and playoff attrition before they really get over that hump to hoist the Lombardi.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, and that's a really good reasoning for not having the Chargers in there. You're talking about teams that can win the Super Bowl, and Justin Herbert's been, a 0 in the postseason so far.
Yep.
So you got to have a good quarterback if you're going to win in the postseason. So I like that reasoning for the Chargers a lot. I mean, the Colts. I don't think anybody really knows what to think of the Colts. And I was talking with Ben Maller this morning, and we were talking about the Colts and whatnot. And Daniel Jones, he goes, watch Daniel Jones this week. And I'm like, that's the reason Brian Daboll should be worried about his job. It's not whether or not Jackson Dart can play. You had a guy there that you ran out of town because you didn't like him or whatever. And now he's going to Indianapolis, and he looks like the second coming of Peyton Manning.
You convinced us all he sucks.
Right.
He looks pretty good.
He looks really good right
you
now.
You have 4 undefeated teams not on your top 5.
The Colts, the Chargers.
The Bucs.
The Bucs, yep.
And the Niners. And the Niners have been in the Super Bowl. They've gotten there. They might not have won it, but they've gotten there. And they just went with Mac Jones.
That is. Can that be sustainable, though?
Yeah. We'll see about the Niners. I do like Kyle Shanahan, though.
All right, my bottom feeders, New Orleans, they should not waste money on traveling to road games anymore. They should just quit and wave the white flag.
Yeah.
We're not chartering a jet. We're not paying for the Marriott. We're not doing all this kind of stuff. And we don't need to feed you on the road. We're just going to cancel those games and wave the white flag. going up to Seattle and getting slobber knockered up there the way that they did. That team has no wonder Tyrann Mathieu retired, and I'm not kidding when I say that, man. Like, he's just like, I'm out. I feel bad for Justin Reed. Number 2 on the list, the Cincinnati Bengals. You got no quarterback. You got pasted this past weekend as well by a Minnesota Vikings backup quarterback in Carson Wentz. You lost 45-0 or whatever it was to Carson Wentz.
Well, that
You're on
defensive
the
player
list.
that put 14 points up helped Carson a lot.
He did, but even still, you take those 14 away, it's still 31 points you give it up or whatever it is, you know?
And Frank Mason was a stud.
So Cincinnati comes in. The Giants are number 3. Frank Mason from KU. Number 3.
He could have ran against us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have.
Number 3 is the Giants on my bottom feeder list right now. I think they win this week, but they're still on the bottom feeder list for me. Green Bay makes the list. Number 4. You lost to the Browns. You're one of the worst teams in the league this last week. You lost to the Cleveland Browns.
And you're up 10-0 with 4 minutes to go.
Under 4 minutes to go, I think, right?
Jeez.
You
It's
lost
right around that.
to the Browns. And then finally, number 5, the Tennessee Titans. You got a coach turning over play calling duties this week. That's the last straw before you get fired. I'm turning over the play calling, and we're turning over your office next week.
He might be first coach. He might rival our guy.
He may be first
McDaniels.
coach fired. Yeah, he may be first coach
McDaniels
fired.
gets blown out this week. He's done. That's on Monday Night Football, too, so you could Tuesday it and be like, hey, or no, or Thursday Night Football.
No, I think you're right, though. I think you're right. No,
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I think you're right. Who is it again?
It's 2 games. It's Cincinnati, Denver's the late game, and then the other game is Miami or maybe it's
Jets Dolphins.
Jets Dolphins.
Just let Aaron Glenn blow him out and dance down the sideline again. It's the greatest video we've seen all year.
It's the best video.
Up to Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, the Earth, Wind, and Fire thing was so good.
I keep seeing people be like, I'm never deleting this app, and it's just Aaron Glenn doing the high step down the sideline.
See, I'm hoping, again, I texted him and he said no, but I'm hoping still Josh does that on the sidelines. When the Chiefs score their first touchdown against the Ravens, we need Kling running down the sidelines and strutting like Aaron Glenn. Or Andy Reid, one or the other. I mean, how great would that be if that was Andy Reid strutting down the sidelines, dancing like Aaron Glenn to Earth, Wind, and Fire, baby? Let's go.
That would be amazing.
I would love that.
Would you rather see Andy, Josh, or Spags? We've already seen Nagy dance. We know he's got the dad dance perfected, as he's not dancing anymore, he said. So you got Spags, you got Andy, you got Josh. Can we get all 3 of them to do a dance together?
A dance-off would be great. But, yeah, Big Red down the sidelines, a high stepping would be
it'd be so good.
Incredible.
They get like a game-winning pick 6, and how the defense all runs to the end zone, and then Andy Reid sits right in front of him with like the.
Oh, would that not be awesome? Like Andy sitting there too and celebrating that win. Like that's what you got to do. You get a big win like that. It's okay. Like I don't get mad like people are at Aaron Glenn for celebrating. I'm just like, we all knew you were going to lose, though. But you got to show excitement, man. You got to show your excitement for your guys in that. But people criticizing him for that, I'm like,
Really? Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, of course, people criticize people for everything, man.
Of course. Too early.
Yeah, what are you doing? It's 126. You're the Jets. It's the same old Jets. No, it is the same old Jets, but I mean,
I've hit a big pot in Texas Hold'em like third hand into the game and then still left with 0 money. Remember when you were pumping your fist and calling us all F words? Yeah. How's your money stack? Well, it's gone.
That's when you got to walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I thought Aaron Glenn showing the excitement was good, man. You got to back your players. Everybody's feeling that excitement. I like to see the coach feel that way.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No.
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Let's do it. One word, some news in the college ranks. Long time, maybe longer than I've been alive, coach of Oklahoma State.
No, he's only been 21 years, but really close. Yeah.
Close, but he's been for head coach, but probably with Oklahoma State because he was with them way before that,
he
too,
was with
right?
Oklahoma State before I was alive.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, I think he played with Barry Sanders. I think he was Barry Sanders' quarterback, so...
Wow, there you go. Mike Gundy fired from Oklahoma State.
Yeah, good is the one word that I'll use. It was time to move on. Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State is the prime example of if you don't evolve, your position will evolve and they'll leave you behind. And he just wouldn't embrace the NIL or whatever it was and didn't like that style of college football and wanted it to be 1985. And it's like, it's 2025, bro. Like 40 years has passed. You got to evolve, cut your mullet, and embrace the present and the now. And he didn't do it. He lost 11 of his last 12. I can't believe they fired him on a Tuesday after he gave his early week press conference, too. I always think that's shoddy on these organizations to do stuff like that. You knew you were going to fire him after that game. You should have done it on Sunday morning.
That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid.
He got fired literally the day after the anniversary of that rant, too.
I would say my one word is time. He's been there a while because he's referencing the paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we talked about earlier how, we're known for things that maybe aren't sports related. Mike Gundy will forever be known in Oklahoma State as, I'm a man. I'm 40. I know he won a lot of games. He did a lot of good work in the Big 12. Did his thing there. But Lynchburg lemonade or whatever, apple picking and all that pumpkin picking, I'm a man. I'm 40. I mean, that was what went viral yesterday. I'm a man. I'm fired. It was time. You had to move on.
Yeah, it really was.
Change the guard.
The game has evolved. The donors said they're not going to donate money anymore until they made a change there. It's hard to fire a legend. I actually listened to some Oklahoma City radio yesterday, and the guy who normally does the afternoon show was in the hospital sick, and he called in from the hospital bed to weigh in on this. Which, I mean, my people need me. I got to call him with an IV in my arm.
It's time.
And he had said that they had offered Van Gundy the opportunity to announce his retirement and coach the rest of the season, and he turned that down. The athletic director said that wasn't the case after this report came out. I'm guessing they offered him the opportunity to stay around, and he chose not to do that. So then they have to fire him.
Hey, Bob,
at that
we're going
point
to go
in
ahead
time.
and fire you. Can you go ahead and do Thursday and Friday's show as well to finish out the week? Absolutely not.
No. But they wanted it to do nice for him, right? He's been there forever, a player, like one of the most important people in Oklahoma State football history. Announce your retirement. Hey, the game's got away from me. I'm going to retire. It's time for me. The timing's right now for me to turn this program over to somebody who's better, or however you want to say it, and coach the rest of the year and be celebrated for the rest of the season. But he chose not to do that.
I'm sure Gottlieb could turn it around.
I'm sure he can.
Course.
Yeah, they'll
Oklahoma
hire
State
him.
legend.
I know it is. He is a legend.
Watch out,
there.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Your phone might be ringing.
I really like the Giants this week to beat the Chargers. I feel like this is a prime upset ready to happen.
Are you marking this?
More like Jackson Start.
Am I right?
Am I right, guys? Yeah, Jackson Dart named the starter just after 3 weeks. Unlimited actually turned out to be pretty limited.
He was unlimited diarrhea, as he said one time. Look, he hit an open tunnel and he hit a goalpost. It was time to move on from Russell Wilson. The move, or the word that I will use on this one, desperate. This is a desperate move by the Giants. But desperate teams, man, sometimes rally. They play good. We see it all the time. How did that team lose? I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the Giants win this football game on Sunday. Cross-country trip for the Chargers. They just had 3 straight wins against AFC West teams. They're riding high. Everybody's sniffing up the Chargers right now, telling them how good they are. Jackson Dart with his first performance of the year. Don't be surprised if the Giants beat the Chargers and win this football game.
Yeah, my one word with this would be time. Again, it's time.
Yeah.
I know Russell prides himself on being a religious guy. Go find the book of Matthew, Russell. There's the fig tree story. The fig tree that no longer bears fruit. It just has leaves. It looks good. It looks like a football player. But there's nothing there. There's nothing productive coming from that fig tree. Russell Wilson, it was time for you to go. You are what you are. You will never be a starting quarterback in the NFL again.
No.
Probably ought to hang him up because, I'm rooting for Dart, man. I picked him up in fantasy, by the way. I stashed him on the bench.
A buddy of mine texted me yesterday. They live here, and he goes, my son's favorite quarterback in the NFL, he's like, 8 to 10 years old, probably a little bit older than that now, because my son's favorite quarterback in the NFL is Jackson Dart. I'm like, he hasn't played it down. He goes, he just loves the guy. He just loves him from college. Yeah, it is. The kids like that kind of stuff, right? And so, look, just you watch this Sunday, and if the San Diego Chargers start faltering a little bit, you're going to go, oh, my God. Here's what happens. This is sports. It's human nature. We're the 3-0 Chargers. We beat the Chiefs. We beat the Broncos. We beat the Raiders. We're in first place. Everybody loves us. Oh, it's just the Giants this week. They got a new starting quarterback.
It's 2 day.
2 more. few minutes. Baseball, some big changes. We'll talk Royals, obviously officially eliminated. I want to get to that, but let's start with ABS challenge rules. It is official. They will be implemented next season in MLB, or in MLB, excuse me, Emily. Each team will get 2 challenges.
Well, it is MLB. It's not the.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm serious.
That's your generation, and I blame the NFL and Major League Baseball for you guys saying the MLB because you didn't have baseball because it was so useless for a long period of time.
I usually don't. It was one time, and I've been called out for it ever since.
You guys are raised on the NBA, the NFL. It's funny.
I learned that on the Facebook.
Yeah,
the Facebook. I did that, the Facebook.
So each team will get 2 challenges and keep them if they're successful. Challenges can only be initiated by a pitcher, catcher, or batter, and the request must come right after the pitch. To signal a challenge, the pitcher, catcher, or batter will tip his hat.
You strike out 2 pitches later. I think that one was
a
ball.
Exactly.
Obviously, it's right after the
No
pitch.
help from the dugout or other players in the field is allowed, and each extra inning, a team will be awarded a challenge if it has none remaining entering that inning.
It's awesome. We will talk more about this, but that's my one word, awesome. If you haven't seen it yet in action, please don't tell me you don't like it until you see it, and when you see it, you'll be like, I love it.
Time.
This time.
Well, dude, there's like a stat. They missed like over 100 calls.
Oh, it's ridiculous how many they miss, yeah.
In like a month. It's time. Get it right.
It's having too big of an impact on people's careers to not have this.
Bubba Sparks said it very well one time. Get it right, get it tight. I don't know. There's booty rocking everywhere, but get it right, get it tight, man. Like you're not accurate, and if you're not, guess what? Times are changing, so it's time to do that.
It might be time, or it is time, for the Royals officially eliminated from playoff contention yesterday. They did get a win. Did they get a win?
They won last night.
Yeah, they won last night against
About
the
midnight.
Angels. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't say it for that.
No.
But,
Post game ended about 1.
Gosh. One word on the Royals season, the Royals being eliminated.
Incomplete is kind of how I feel about this season, right? They told us they were going to be a playoff team at the beginning of the year. Obviously, they're not a playoff team. They fought tooth and nail. But the good thing about this season, the reason I call it incomplete is because offensively, you weren't that good. But, man, you've got a lot of weapons now from a pitching standpoint where you can auction them off or trade them pieces out to get some bats in here. So I'm excited about the future. I'm really excited about this offseason because the Royals have a lot of collateral where they can go out and make moves.
Yeah, onward would be my one word. Hey, you saw what you did. Make some changes within the organization. Maybe get a new hitting voice in there. Maybe make a new signing with an outfield bat, and then see what your pitching staff is going to be. Because Cole Riggins, man, when he's healthy, there may not be many lefties above him. I mean, you're talking Skubal, Crochet, and Riggins in the AL. And by God, that's a good class to be in. Because see what? First 2 starts back. 3 strikeouts in the first inning, 3 strikeouts in the first inning. I think he struck out 6 of the first 7 batters last night. So, yeah, I mean, I know they're not playing for anything. That doesn't matter. But, yeah.
816 says frustrating because we have a good team, and I believe next year is going to be a good one.
Well, as we talked about all year, my friend Jim texted me at the beginning of the year. He goes, we got a World Series rotation and a minor league offense. And we really never evolved out of that from an offensive standpoint. They tried their asses off to get things and to make changes and to get this thing moving in the right direction, and it just didn't get there. And so now you hit the reset button. But, I mean, we're talking about a team that probably will finish above 500 on the year, and I know for a lot of people they roll their eyes hard at that. But for the Royals, when we've had 4 above 500 seasons in 40 years, it's a big deal to finish above 500 this year. It's a big deal to be in the playoff race for as long as they were. They didn't accomplish the goals ultimately at the end of the season, but I think with the Royals right now, we have to understand where they've been and where they are, and they're in such a great spot right now moving forward with ownership, with JJ, with Q, with a lot of the core guys on this team. If you're not excited about spring training right now, getting this rotation healthy, maybe trading Cameron this offseason, getting a big-time bat in the rotation, next year's got the opportunity, man, to go for the division. The division is right there for you right now to take.
2 more wins will get them a 500 record on the season. 79 wins. They need 2 more to get to 81, obviously. Coming up next, we will get more into that challenge system, and we will give you our Royals Player of the Year here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Josh Simmons, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends at Smokehouse Barbecue are rocking and rolling, and they're ready to go because it is not only football season, it is tailgate season, and it is catering season as well at Smokehouse Barbecue because you want your tailgates to be perfect, whether it's the high school game on Friday night, maybe it's a college game on Saturday, of course, the Chiefs on Sunday. Smokehouse Barbecue is there for you to cater all of your tailgates. We know how much work it takes to get ready for a big game. Let Smokehouse Barbecue take all of that stress away. Cater baby back ribs like we did for the home opener, hickory pit beans, Cajun butter chicken wings, even their sweet zing wings are fantastic for catering on game day. They've got so much good stuff out there for you to cater for game day that will make all of your guests just go, wow, this is awesome. And don't forget, when you stop into one of the Smokehouse Barbecue locations, try that pulled chicken sandwich. I had it the other day. It is unbelievable. And they have new tacos out now as well that are just absolutely fantastic. They are packed full of delicious items from Smokehouse Barbecue. And on Tuesday, Smokehouse has taken all the stressors away from dining out. $1.99 kids meals on Tuesday with an adult entree. So check them out in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa or at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Hey, Drew and Jonathan Scott here. Build a customized renter's policy with American Family Insurance so you can protect your tandem bike on the go. Thief! Oh, he is struggling with that two-seater. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Some exclusions may apply. Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI and its operating companies. 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Well, if you're looking to sell your house, you got to call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team. And here's why I'm going to trust Dawn Sharp with my home when I need to sell it. It's because she is the best in the business. I call her the secret weapon in real estate because she gets homes sold. And pricing strategy is a make or break issue when it comes to selling your home. If you price it too high, you'll sit while other homes around you sell. If you price it too low, you'll leave money on the table. Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team's local expertise ensures that you hit the sweet spot that gets buyers excited and the offers rolling in. The Sharp Homes team can also give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, you can do that. Contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Now, I want you to do yourself a favor. Go to Google and Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team. And you can see why Dawn Sharp and her team are absolutely 100% the best. There's over 225 five-star Google reviews. And in the last 12 months, Dawn and her team have sold over 150 homes, while the average agent sells just 4 per year. So Google them at Sharp Homes Team. That's Sharp Homes Team, and start packing.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars, and you're going to love GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
When it comes to buying a car, simple wins. Rob Site Ford has the inventory, the trade values, and the non-commissioned team that puts you first. No pressure, just 4.8 stars on Google for a reason. ROBSIGHT.com.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances and save an additional $1,000 when you buy 4 select LG major appliances. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Get the job done for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/26. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound improving through Blue Springs. Earlier accident before Little Blue Parkway has cleared. Kansas side 35 northbound getting heavy approaching the merge with 69 highway with an accident. Delays building towards 95th Street. And then K10 eastbound heavy past Cedar Creek Parkway just crawling over past K7 with an earlier problem before Woodland. Allen Carr 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll talk to Gary Myers. You're wondering, Gary Myers. Well, he wrote a book, Brady vs. Belichick, The Dynasty Debate. He's a New York Times bestselling author. I want to get into Gary Myers' mind and see how much there are similarities in his opinion on Andy and Patrick as well when it comes to Belichick and Brady. So we'll talk to him at 8 o'clock. We'll give you an update on the poll question as well as it is, who do the Chiefs fan base hate more these days, the Philadelphia Eagles or the Cincinnati Bengals? But the year is officially over for playoff contention for the Kansas City Royals. Don't forget, Matt Cottrero will join us at 9 o'clock here as well. But, at the end of the year, once the playoffs are out, you're playing for, maybe incentives, maybe to prove a point. If you're Carter Jensen, Jack Caglione, if you missed J.J. Piccolo's interview yesterday with Cody and Gold, no guarantee that right field is Jack's next year. He's going to have to earn that as much as he probably should have to. It's what it sounded like, right? It's not just going to be like, all right, right field's Jack, center field's Kyle Isbell, left field is whoever. You kind of know where the infield's going to lie next year. I would assume it'll be Michael, Bobby, Massey, Vinny, and then Sal. I would like to see the Royals and Sal restructure. I don't know if 13 or 18 million, 15 million.
There's a chance that they do restructure and get him down to 2 years, and spread that kind of money out is kind of some of the stuff that I've heard. But I've also heard this cat wants to play till he's 40, man, and he's only 35. So
you don't have to catch.
Yeah.
Because you have Carter Jensen.
That's
that'd
right.
be nice. Even if he only catches half the season, that's a huge upgrade for Salvador Perez, in my personal opinion. But you do get to the debate between, people, who is your, Royals player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
There, I think, are a lot of candidates.
There really are, man.
Some of which would have been here, but unfortunately they didn't finish the season. You look at Cole Reagans, he missed so much time. Seth Lugo kind of fell off after the contract. Chris Bubich got hurt, and they, put him down to rest for the rest of the season. But there are a few names that I think you could have a very good debate on who the Royals player of the year, in your opinion, is.
It's Michael Garcia for me, because I think for him, he's been the most consistent guy this season from first pitch to last pitch. I really enjoy watching him play, and he's one of those guys that I'm sure you all have this with an athlete where you believe during the course of a specific season or maybe a course of their career, that they can do no wrong, that they're always going to come through and get that job done. And that's kind of the way I feel about Michael Garcia. Not only has he got a really good bat, maybe even a better than average, better than good bat, not quite great yet, obviously, but better than good. And he's really a good defender too. So for me, he was the player of the year. I could also put Kyle Isbell on this list. I think when this season is all said and done and everybody kind of reflects a little bit, Kyle Isbell had himself one hell of a season. So those are the kind of the guys that I would look at. Bobby's an obvious answer, for us. Vinny could be in that category as well. Hell, Salvi could be in that category. So to your point, Dusty, there's a lot, but I'm going with Michael Garcia on this one.
Yeah, I think, again, maybe I take the high road, but to me, it's Bobby Witt Jr. And the reason I say that is because there was a lot of communication this year within the fan base that Bobby Witt Jr. was having an off year. Bobby Witt Jr. was having a down year. Well, Bobby Witt Jr. is going to finish third in the MLB AL MVP race. Bobby Witt Jr. is fourth in Major League Baseball in WAR. The names above him are Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, and Juan Soto. And I think he might have surpassed Juan Soto last night because from what I looked at, Bobby Witt Jr. is a 6.7 and Juan Soto has a 6.4. So I don't know how that maths. But Bobby Witt Jr., at least from the last I looked, was third. I did a little research this morning. It doesn't look like it's accurate, but I think it's Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr. That's just WAR. He's second in the major leagues or in the AL in hits. He has 44 doubles. That leads all of baseball. He had 6 triples, 23 home runs, 84 RBIs, and he led his team in batting average, a stat that has gone to the wayside, hitting 293.
Do you know how many guys last week were hitting over 300 in Major League Baseball?
Do you have the number?
I do have the number.
Last
week I looked.
I would say it's 8.
It is 8. You nailed it. 8 people are hitting 300 or better in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, average is dead.
Yeah.
It's it's slug, it's OPB, it's WAR. And Bobby,
I disagree with all that. I think batting average and on-base percentage are your two most important. You're getting on base, and that's what matters in baseball. And I know it's gone way of the dodo bird, but I'll never let that go. Batting average and on-base percentage, to me, are the two most important things that you can look at to determine whether a player is good or not. And to your point about Bobby Witt, I think people have unrealistic Patrick Mahomes expectations for this guy, right? Bobby had himself a great season. But he has to be exceptional for a lot of people for this team to make it into the postseason or whatever. He just needs some help, man. You get Bobby one more or two more bats in this lineup. This is a juggernaut, man. With this pitching staff that we have, get me a bat or two, and this thing's a juggernaut in Kansas City.
Yeah, he had his Mahomes big year last year where he hit 332 / 389, 588, 977. But again, this year, all the numbers are there to have a all-star MVP caliber year. And I think he will finish third in the AL MVP voting behind Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge, who now they're putting the stipulation on Cal Raleigh. Well, he's got to hit 60 home runs. Then he can be the MVP.
Why?
I was watching MLB Network last night.
Aaron Judge missed a month of the season, dude.
We can go to the DraftKings or FanDuel and look at the odds of who's going to win the MVP in the AL, and I bet Aaron Judge is the leader. But tied.
Can somebody tell me why? Can somebody offer that up? And don't tell me because he plays for the Yankees, because I will say then that's a lazy award. Because
he's got a better hitting line. Because if batting average is your thing,
you're right.
that you just banked on, Aaron Judge has a better batting average than Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
He's on base more. He's, plays, catcher, right field. You tell me which is more important to you. I don't know.
I think catcher is more important to me than playing right field. Right field was always the fat kid.
And it's a pop-up. Well, but in New York, obviously, a pop-up is a home run. But I think if you look at the odds, I'm pretty sure that Aaron Judge is still the leading candidate for the MVP award. But I think you look at Bobby Witt Jr.'s year, man, down year, 293, slashing 351, 502, 853, leads baseball in doubles with 44. Last year led baseball in hits. He has 176 hits this year, second in the AL. And still had one hell of a season. Probably, I would think, is going to win the Gold Glove at shortstop. We've seen too many highlight reels. Plus, now he's kind of in that groove where he's, 25, 26, 27. He's still in the nuts of his career where he'll just kind of maybe add those up as well. But again, this team, he's 6.7 in wins against replacement. So, not a lot of people play outside of Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
But again, you look at what he does at shortstop, you look at how he played this year, and with everything that was against this team, he still was the best player on this team with a lot of statistical category leads with the doubles, with the hits, with the average, with the defensive grade, all that sort of stuff. It's far and away. Maikel Garcia had a great season. He's a love story, I think. He's a guy that last year struggled insanely. Came back this year, listened to the Hall of Famer and George Brett. You saw where that went. MJ Melendez, rumored to not really listen to what people had to say. You see where his career or where his season ended.
Well, I don't think it was a rumor when George Brett
literally told us on the show.
And
then you look at Vinny Pasquantino. I would argue that Vinny's one of those guys. The mouthpiece, the bat, the power numbers, all of that. And if Vinny Pasquantino is going to be that guy at the age of 27 for the next 3 years, it's going to hit 260, 30 to 100, sign me up. What Sal's going to do moving forward, I don't know. He surprised me this year with the offensive production that he ended up with late, but it was a little too late.
Was late for everybody from an offensive production standpoint.
Minus the guy that I mentioned, which is Bobby Witt Jr., who was there from opening day till 162.
Didn't he go a little bit of a swoon, though, in June with the rest of them? But I think
it still almost hit 300. Or it's going close to hitting 300.
I think what it shows you, though, we talk about football all the time being the ultimate team sport. Baseball is the ultimate team sport. Everybody wants to tell me that baseball is an individual sport all the time, right? Oh, it's an individual sport. It's just a bunch of individuals out there. No, it really isn't, because in the NFL, if you have a good quarterback like we've seen, like what Patrick Mahomes is doing right now for the Chiefs and what Josh Allen is doing right now for Buffalo, those individuals can single-handedly lead your team to a victory. As good as Bobby Witt and Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge are, they still can't single-handedly lead your team to unless they have one of those massive nights, which is very rare. Every Sunday, the quarterback basically can lead his team to a victory in the NFL. And that's why it's important to go out there this offseason and be very, very, very particular in who you're able to bring in here as a bat to give Bobby that help in the lineup. Because I do think one more bat, and we're talking about a team that's in the postseason, and based on the way that the Tigers have fallen apart right now, we're probably talking about a team that may be in contention for a division championship right now. That's how razor thin the margins are in baseball, and that's why you have to go out there. And yeah, you may have to deal Noah Cameron this offseason. So what? It's the perfect time to trade that guy. We don't know if he's ever going to have a season like this again. He's a hot commodity. Trade him right now and get a bat back in return, because that will take you over the top. You've got a great amount of starters in your rotation right now, 7 or 8 of these guys. You've got the collateral. They will deal one of those starters. I believe Noah Cameron has the best chance to bring them the most back in return, and I'm excited for that this offseason.
Coming up on the other side, we talked to Gary Myers, who wrote the book, Brady versus Belichick, The Dynasty Debate. We'll get into the mind of Gary Myers on the other side here on 96.5. The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5, The Fan.
All right, folks, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying to you right now, you can feel better. Your joints can feel better. You can feel better overall. But you got to give my friends at QC Kinetics a call, because you know that pain that you've been dealing with for years in your joints, your ankles, your back, your knee, your hip, your shoulders, all of that. It's time to end all that pain. QC Kinetics is here to flip that script. They use regenerative medicine, which is advanced cellular treatments that'll help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints and not cover it up, not cut it out, actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, plan it around life. Plan it around doing what you love. And at the end of the night, plan on walking up the stairs and going to bed and not saying, I'll stay on the couch tonight because my knees are barking. QC Kinetics has no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab those MRIs and x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation's free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. All 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturdays with QC Kinetics.
Synergen X and Low T Center are the original MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. They have been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. Look, since starting, a lot of other players have entered the field. But Synergen X and Low T Center, they're the pros at providing you the most medically driven, results-focused, and winning approach to restoring the quality of patients' lives with hormone care. I'm telling you, because as you get older, you might notice you're more tired or not motivated. It's just harder to get to the gym. I'm crushing it, and you guys could be too if you go check out Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time only, visit Synergen X or Low T Center for a free hormone consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia, such as jerseys, balls, and helmets, or even win a pair of tickets to a major sporting event in town, such as baseball game, football, basketball. Book your appointment now at trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. You'll be wishing you did it sooner.
We're hiring residential garage door installers at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Join the team trusted here since 1927. Apply today, get a call today. No experience necessary. Paid training for motivated applicants to install garage doors. Hiring bonus up to $2,500. Mechanical, carpentry, or service industry experience is a plus. Good benefits include health, dental, vision, and pension. Earn as you learn to service the best garage door customers in KC. Apply today at overheaddoorkc.com.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
Oh, 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 O'Reilly. Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound improving through Blue Springs. Earlier accident before Little Blue Parkway has cleared. Kansas side 35 northbound getting heavy approaching the merge with 69 highway with an accident. Delays building towards 95th Street. And then K10 eastbound heavy past Cedar Creek Parkway just crawling over past K7 with an earlier problem before Woodland. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Wildcat fans, this is Wyatt Thompson. Tune in all season long to the play-by-play of the 2025 football season, right here on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday indeed from 96.5 The Fan. That's the sounder of the Fescoe and Dusty poll question this week, which is, which team do you hate more as a Chiefs fan, the Philadelphia Eagles or the Cincinnati Bengals? There's been 131 votes so far this morning. 80.2% say the Philadelphia Eagles, 19.8% say the Cincinnati Bengals. So times are a-changing when it comes to the hatred of the fan base. We move on to a man who wrote a book called Brady versus Belichick, The Dynasty Debate, a New York Times best-selling author, and Gary Myers. The book released on September 16th. Gary, how are you this morning? Thanks for joining our show.
Oh, my pleasure. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing great, man. I want to get right to it with this book. In your opinion, who's more credible for the dynasty, Brady or Belichick?
Well, clearly they both had, they both made the two biggest contributions of anybody during that 20-year period, and they certainly did need each other. But I think when you break it down like I did in this book, and you try to figure out, okay, who's responsible for this Super Bowl, who's responsible for this one, and all that, it really comes down to that it was Brady, and then the issue is, what percentage would you assign him of, for those 20 years and the 9 AFC championships and the 6 Super Bowls? I'm not going to give you the number, but it is closer than a lot of people think.
Okay.
And, yeah.
But what about Belichick being at North Carolina now, and we're watching what's happened with him and Brady removing from, New England and going and winning a Super Bowl without Bill Belichick? I would think it has to be totally skewed in the favor of Tom Brady based on what's happened since the two split up.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of people do feel that way, except I don't. I don't think what happened when Belichick was in Cleveland before he got to New England, and then the 13 games that Drew Bledsoe started, I don't think that should factor in. And I certainly don't think what happened after they split up factors in. It's irrelevant to the argument that I've, trying to settle here. And that says, who's responsible and who deserves the most credit for what they accomplished together. Now, what Brady did by winning a Super Bowl in Tampa and Belichick getting fired in 4 years, after 4 years without Brady in New England, it might prove to a lot of people that he can't win a Super Bowl or have success without Brady. I mean, certainly you can make a very strong argument, but
Go ahead.
It doesn't have anything to do with what they accomplished together.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's what I really took a deep dive into.
Do you see a lot of similarities with Brady and Belichick, as in like maybe in Kansas City with Mahomes and Andy Reid?
Well, certainly, but they're the best comparison we can come up with. Today, prior to Brady and Belichick, it was Walsh and Montana, but Mahomes and Reid have a long way to go. I mean, they're only halfway there to the number of championships that Brady and Belichick won together, and they've been to 5 Super Bowls together, and Brady and Belichick went to 9. Now, you might say that the Chiefs are taking a step backwards, which I think it's definitely true, but it doesn't mean they can't kind of reinvent themselves in another year or two. Because if you remember, the Patriots went 10 years between the third and fourth championships. Now, during that period of time, they got to 5 AFC championships and 2 Super Bowls. So they continued on that path. They just couldn't get over the hump, in the biggest games during that period of time over 10 years. But then they won 3 championships in the second half of the dynasty. So teams can, reload, so to speak, and get re-energized and go on another run. So that could happen to the Chiefs. But until it happens, we can't say that they're anywhere close to what Brady and Belichick did.
Do you consider what the Chiefs are doing right now a dynasty?
A dynasty? Not. I mean, a dynasty, I think, is what happened in New England over a 20-year period.
That's not sustainable in any sport for 20 years. I mean, that's an anomaly more than a dynasty, I would think, Gary.
Well, you're probably right. And, I guess if we're looking to establish, dynasties and what the Chiefs have done, getting to 5 and winning 3 over, say, an 8 or 9 year period, I mean, I guess you consider that a dynasty of sorts, but more of a short-term dynasty.
Yeah, but who else would be in consideration for a dynasty then? I mean, we're talking about one team that kind of changed the record on everything, and that's all we compare everybody to. If we continue to use like New England as that litmus test, then nobody's ever going to be better than New England for the most part because of what they've accomplished.
Well, I mean, I think the Steelers had a dynasty in the 70s and the Niners in the 80s and the Cowboys in the 90s. I mean, those
were short-term, too. Those were very short-term. I mean, the Chiefs have been doing this thing for 10 years now.
Well, the 49ers won their first in 81 and then won their last in 94. So that was over a 14-year period.
2 coaches, 2 quarterbacks, a lot of change there. Giants had a couple of championships in between as well, So I think people are looking at this thing with Kansas City like it's just it's over here as opposed to looking at like what the Chiefs are doing. It's harder to win in the NFL now than it's ever been before. I just think the Chiefs get totally undervalued when it comes to dynasty talk.
Oh, see, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I think that getting to 3 Super Bowls in a row is a pretty special accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's a little recency bias because they got blown out in their last one.
Sure,
that we're hesitant to really label them that way. All the Super Bowls that New England lost were very close games. Every one they won was pretty much a close game also. I think maybe it's hard because we're still in the middle of whatever Kansas City could, eventually accomplish, that we're not necessarily willing to stamp them as a dynasty. But, again, getting to 5 of them in, again, maybe it was an 8-year period or something like that. I think we'll probably, you're probably right. We'll probably look back on it that it was a dynasty. But let's see what else they can do.
Yeah.
I mean, their run might be over. They might never win another championship with Reed and Mahomes, but we don't know that. And Mahomes still got a long way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no idea how much longer Andy wants to coach. I would think that he's going to want to, keep coaching as long as Mahomes wants to keep playing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would if I was Andy Reid. I mean, anytime you have Mahomes, you always have a chance to win it. But they got to rebuild that team a little bit.
Well, Gary, we appreciate the time, and we'll continue to watch this dynasty in Kansas City as they take on Baltimore this weekend at 3:25. And I hope the book sells immensely out throughout the world.
I'm looking forward to seeing it too.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet.
I told Mac yesterday, I said, we're going to talk about a dynasty. And he goes, oh, yeah, everybody considers the Chiefs a dynasty. I go, no, they don't. And right there.
My cheek is bleeding.
I was nice, wasn't I?
You were great.
I was cordial.
I couldn't. I was not going to be nice, and I want to be professional.
I kept my mic off because I knew I was supposed to, but I wanted to be like,
this is where, like, if I was your guys' 26, 27-year-old Bob, I would have been like, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm like, all right, how do I? Because
I mean, I about Parkins locking forward that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. My stomach is churning right now because that right there is the perception that the rest of the country has of us here in Kansas City. And Gary Myers, great book, great idea. I like it. I think and it gave us obviously
he
something.
Said he debunked.
He debunked. Yeah, like
well, the Patriots did this and this.
Yeah, but
he's been to 5 Super Bowls.
Yeah, but what about
the Cowboys?
What about the Cowboys? But they only went to 4.
Yeah,
and the Steelers, they only went to 4.
He threw
the Niners from 81 to 94. They changed head coaches. They changed quarterbacks. The Giants dominated for a while during that, where the 49ers were an afterthought. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
How many did the Niners win? Was it 4?
Yeah, the Niners only won 4
over 13 years. We're 8 years in 3,
and we've got 3. Yeah, like it's like saying the Dallas Cowboys are a dynasty. Still, they're not.
No,
the Dallas Cowboys are an irrelevant franchise right now. But just let me say, I could feel my stomach getting to that point where I'm like, okay, I got to get back out here and stop this train and educate with facts. But that's the way that we're perceived. That guy's from New York. He's a New York writer. Obviously, he thinks everything, and then he wants to take Belichick's career. Well, it doesn't matter what happened in Cleveland. It doesn't matter. No, it does. But I understand the book is about Brady and Belichick together. But the stuff away from the two guys being together does have an impact on the overall. I mean, you're clearly seeing right now, once you remove somebody from that equation, Belichick is not the same guy as he was with Tom Brady. I mean, it's obvious.
He
should have gone off on him.
Well, it's professional.
No, I'm trying to be professional. I'm getting older. I'm trying to be more professional. I thought I was pretty stern.
You were great. No, you did. Yeah, you were stern. You held your line, but I
even referred to him as Gary. And
so I've got the audio. We'll play it on the other side.
If Bob was the dad at the holiday party, and we're his sons, he comes to us and goes, I'll take care of this. You two go outside. I'll be out shortly. You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly what just happened. You guys, Dusty, we heard you ran a couple weeks ago. We can't have that. You need to go outside, go have a drink. Mac, go with him. You guys go debate yourselves, with what's going on. Because if that guy was at a donut shop and there was a New England flavor, it would be
glazing. Glazing can be defined pretty easily. It's simply the latest term to describe what happens when someone goes too far in showing how much they like someone or something else,
but there's
to the point of
maple
being
glaze.
Ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. But that's the mindset. Nobody wants to let the Patriots dynasty go. Nobody wants to say that the Chiefs are anointed as the new dynasty. That interview right there should be played for these guys inside that locker room. They're basically downplaying everything that the Kansas City Chiefs have accomplished. This guy, it's the Patriots, it's New England, it's New York. We're better than everybody else. No, you can all go suck an egg or a pickle like Sean Smith told you to do, because this is a dynasty, and it's harder to win now in the NFL than it is. It is harder today to win in the NFL than it has ever been before. It'll be harder to win tomorrow than it is today in the NFL. Guys are faster, they're stronger, they're smarter, they're more talented. It's a full-time job. I mean, oh, God, I want to just absolutely take a shot of whiskey right now.
You can. It's in Cody and Gold's
garage. Do they have some over there?
Oh, yes, they do.
I mean, this may be going to the garage after that interview. I mean, seriously. I told you, Mac. I told you. And you said to me, no, everybody thinks this is a dynasty. I'm like, all right, maybe I'm wrong on this one. Immediately, do you think of this as no? What do you know? What more do they have to do? What more does this team? I told you, this team's got to go out there and go 17-0 and win 35-0 in every game and win 35-0 in every playoff game. And then people will maybe say, oh, the Chiefs are a nice little team. This is the image that people have. This is why it's important to continue this thing and to continue to kick ass and to continue to take names and to give everybody else in this country who's doubting this a dynasty a nice big poop burger to eat. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Fair point. Gundy was fired yesterday. There's a local angle to it. We'll discuss on what it was and
I'm
what
glad I need a break.
No doubt. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Isaiah Pacheco, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and that cool weather's moving in, that hot weather's moving out, but keep it hot in the bedroom. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, just remember that ED is nothing more than a medical condition. Studies show that around 50% of men over the age of 50 have some form of the condition, and young men can be affected by ED as well. But what you may not know is that ED stems from a variety of causes, and these often call for differing treatment strategies. And that's what Heartland Men's Health does. Heartland Men's Health treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more.
Heartland Men's Health successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. So, if ED has been affecting your intimacy, schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider and a TNPSA test. And if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and in North Kansas City. So call my friends at Heartland Men's Health today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
The wait is finally over. Football season is here, and FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers, you can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, any bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Use it how you want. Build your favorite parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style is. Remember, FanDuel has you covered. Be sure to check out FanDuel.com/KFNZ. Use that promo code to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after free. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Can help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and I can't think of any other reason why this season has been perfect other than the fact that you have the ability to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K, and now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so that means 0 troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale tomorrow, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading into downtown, 169 highway southbound, heavy by the airport. Moves better across the bridge and onto 35 southbound. Kansas side, 35 northbound recovering. Earlier accident at the merge with 69 highway. Now just a brief slowdown coming up from around 87th Street from the Allen car. 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Back from the break on a hump day here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. We just got done talking to Gary Myers, the New York Times best-selling author with a new book out called Brady vs. Belichick, The Dynasty Debate. It's released just 8 days ago. He had this to say when asked by our guy Bob Fescoe, are the Chiefs a dynasty?
A dynasty? Not. I mean, a dynasty, I think, is what happened in New England over a 20-year period.
Well, that's not sustainable
Turn
in
it
any
off.
sport for 20 years. I mean, that's an anomaly more than a dynasty, I would think, Gary.
Well, you're probably right. And, I guess if we're looking to establish, dynasties and what the Chiefs have done, getting to 5 and winning 3 over, say, an 8 or 9 year period, I mean, I guess you consider that a dynasty of sorts, but more of a short-term dynasty.
Thank you, Gary. We appreciate that.
They're in the Midwest. I'm sorry. We can't honor you guys as a dynasty because you're not an East Coast juggernaut for the last 20 years that everybody at ESPN bloviated over and loved up for 20 years.
He was shocked you asked the question.
Stunned. Like
a dynasty?
Yeah, like he was surprised that the Kansas City Chiefs, us lowly little Chiefs here in the Midwest, may be considered a dynasty and ruin your East Coast bias.
The Dallas
and
Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys who did less.
How long has Mahomes been in the league? This is year 8, 9.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 3 Super Bowls in that year span. His shortest season has been losing in overtime in the AFC Championship.
That's correct.
Hey, Daryl!
And then he's got, 2 MVPs, 3 Super Bowl MVPs.
He was a lock for the Hall of Fame after his 3rd year, according to the late Therese Paylor, who was a Hall of Fame voter at the time.
If they win the AFC West this year, it'd be 10 years in a row. That's a decade. Is that right?
Hey, Daryl!
And then you have not only that, but Andy Reid with all those wins. He's only had 1 season where he didn't win 10 wins in a season.
Hey, Daryl!
I'm just confused.
Well, it is what happened is in this country, we have allowed the East Coast to control the sports narrative in the United States of America. And we've been allowing the East Coast to disseminate this information for the better part of however long ESPN's been around since 1979. They got their foothold in Connecticut, and anything that took place in a radius between Boston and let's say Philadelphia was all that mattered to ESPN. And for whatever reason, it still feels like to this day, the only thing that matters to the East Coast Sports Network is what's taking place on the East Coast. And look, I'm not asking people to be versed in everything that happens in Kansas City if you don't live in Kansas City. I'm not asking people in Kansas City to be well versed on everything that happens in Green Bay or Dallas. But if you're going to write a book about a dynasty and talk about a dynasty, you better have an understanding about what's going on in the current day and just not close off the door. Because if what we're going to do in the NFL now moving forward, which it sure as hell effing seems like it, is we're going to compare everything that everybody does to Brady and Belichick in that New England dynasty. If we're going to do that, then we're never going to let anybody be better than the New England Patriots and better than Bill Belichick and better than that dynasty and whatnot. So I just don't think everything needs to be compared to that. And if it's not a 20-year run of excellence, then it doesn't count and it's not up there and it's not considered a dynasty. Each dynasty can be talked about and discussed in its own way. If you win more than one championship in like a 5-year span and you're still going to championship games and Super Bowls, that's a dynasty in this day and age in professional sports. Teams are built to last maybe 1 or 2 years in professional sports, and then it's turnover. The way that they have kept this thing together, from Alex Smith to turning it over to Patrick Mahomes and turning over the defense and constantly having new players and continuing to win and continuing to be on top, how in your right mind can you sit there and tell me that this is not a dynasty? Oh, I know, because it ruins every effing narrative that you've ever created, and you don't want things to change because you're trying to peddle a book.
Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't been this hot in a while, dude.
Well, it was cold in here.
It was, yes.
Yes. Somebody says, hey, Bob, while you're feeling spicy, what's the latest on stadium news? Let's stir the pot a little bit.
119th and all for the Royals, and I don't know about the Chiefs right now. I just don't know about them right now.
816, hey, Gary, kiss my ass.
Yeah, hey, Gary.
Kiss my ass.
I mean, to sit there and to say, like, and you're right, Mac, like that was the part that took me by, like, what the answer should have been is like, yeah, it's definitely a dynasty. It's not a 20-year run yet, but it's definitely a dynasty. He was legitimately offended that I asked that question.
You're coming on the Kansas City market. Dude, we're talking about the Patriots dynasty, but what do you think we're going to do in our market? We're going to relay it to what's happening here. You're not ready to talk about the current dynasty?
Right.
The team that owns the NFL?
The Eagles?
Get bent, Gary.
So yesterday,
Eagles.
What?
Get bent.
So Mike Gundy got released yesterday from duties.
Not as bad as Rothstein, but up there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Josh during the Rothstein interview. You said I was the dad. Josh during the Rothstein interview just took over. Okay.
I mean,
when that guy said to Kling, have you ever watched a college basketball game? And he was doing pre and post for KU for 10 years.
Oh, as soon as I asked the question, I looked right at Mac and I was like, I'm not saying anything else. Like, not worth my time. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna take the high road and just be like, all right, Gary, you're wrong, and stick to writing books and not giving takes on dynasties. We all thrive other places, and that's no longer in Stillwater for Mike Gundy.
No,
he
it's
has
not.
Been fired.
You've wanted this for a while, though.
Yeah, I thought, we had a topic a couple weeks ago where I was like, we might see, two legendary coaches for their universities be sent out the door. One is, hanging in the balance in Clemson. I don't know how much longer they're going to let Dabo continue to lose his mind in press conferences because as we've always seen in sports, we notice this throughout time, there's always a moment in a press conference where you can think when things aren't going well, the coach will kind of give you an indication of what's going on. Like, I'd be really interested to give a different topic. I'd be really interested to see if Baltimore loses this game to the Chiefs this Sunday and they go to 1-4, what the conversation or 1-3, what the conversation will be in Baltimore about John Harbaugh, right? Lose to Mahomes in the playoffs, got to the AFC Championship game, lost to Buffalo last year. Now all of a sudden your team is 1-4 or 1-3, and it seems there's a little bit of a turn because in the NFL and in college football, it's not what have you done for me over time? What are you doing for me lately? And lately, Mike Gundy has not been good and getting blown out at home, passionate fan base. I know this. I have family in Oklahoma. They're divided, kind of like in Missouri where you're Cardinal or you're Royal. It's way worse in Oklahoma if you're Sooner or you're Cowboy. Yeah. And the Cowboy fans are passionate. The boosters are passionate. You decided to zig while everybody else zagged with the way that you wanted to build your university and your football team, and it didn't work. And now all of a sudden, Oklahoma State said, sorry, buddy, but you're gone.
Yeah, you're gone. And it was the right thing to do. He lost 11 of 12, and then,
never had a dynasty.
No, never did. Right, exactly. But he was a guy that wouldn't evolve with what was going on in college sports right now. And that's what you have to do. A lot of us don't like, what's going on in college sports. I like the NIL, but I understand why if you're a coach, you wouldn't like the NIL. But if you want to, coach in college sports, you have to deal with it. Ask Roy Williams and Mike Krzyzewski and Nick Saban and Bruce Pearl the other day. All these guys that have retired and walked away from the sport. They're not walking away because they were done coaching. They're walking away because they're done dealing with the bull crap that's out there right now. Yeah, yeah. So if you're going to be a coach in college sports at this day and age, you have to deal with the bull crap. And if you don't want to deal with the bull crap, well, then you got to find another job and something else to do. But the local angle for me is where this thing gets really, really interesting. And I was looking at ESPN yesterday, and they had like 5 candidates that could replace Gundy down there. And one of them is Colin Klein. Sure. And he was obviously the great quarterback over at K-State. He's at Texas A&M now. I think it's Texas A&M calling the plays down there as their offensive coordinator. But that link is always important, right? You want, it's always one of our guys. Hire a Michigan man, they always would say, right? And so now you've got the opportunity where Colin Klein's name is hot out there right now. This really reminds me of the Brad Underwood situation when K-State, had, I forget who it was. I think it was Bruce Weber was their basketball coach. And Brad Underwood was going to be available out there. And K-State wouldn't fire Bruce Weber to get Brad Underwood. And we know what Brad Underwood has gone on to do. He coached at Oklahoma State for a hot minute, then has been at Illinois and has done a really nice job there. And I think K-State fans are still kind of, ruining the day that they didn't get Brad Underwood as their basketball coach. And so I don't know if this is a situation. Bad year for Chris Kleiman to have a down year right now at Kansas State, because if Colin Klein is available, every K-State, and Mac, you got K-State family right now. I'm sure they've been talking about Colin Klein potentially being the coach, because I've heard it from K-Staters. A friend of mine texted me about it a couple of weeks ago. Maybe Colin Klein could get to K-State as their new head coach eventually and whatnot. So bad year, I think, right now to have a down year at K-State to be Chris Kleiman, because the last thing you want to do is see Colin Klein be the head coach of Oklahoma State in your conference and lead your team, your opponent, to victory over what you're doing at K-State right now. I'm not advocating for Chris Kleiman to be fired at all. I think he's a good coach, but I know how college sports fans operate.
I'd also like to see what Kleiman's buyout is, if it's somewhere up there in big money. But I don't know. It's been disastrous for K-State this year.
It's terrible.
It's not been great. It started in Dublin. It was a bad showing. You had Avery Johnson, who was supposed to be a sleeper Heisman candidate. Right. Their offensive coordinator doesn't know how to use him. And we'll see what Colin Klein does, because I think that if I was an up-and-coming coach, that would be a job that you would most definitely want to take in Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
I know the Big 12 may not be the most, powerful conference anymore in football, but it's a conference. If you have the right guy that can get the right players and shift the NIL thing, you can make noise in the Big 12. There's not there are teams, Utah's good. Texas Tech is good.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas is better. They've gotten better over time with Leipold.
Iowa State.
Who knows, man? If I'm Oklahoma State, you got to start looking at anybody and everybody that you can get back into, because, like I said, a very, very, very passionate fan base, similar to Manhattan. Very, very passionate. It's what they love. It's what they need. And, I think you could have asked a lot of people yesterday, was Gundy's firing the right time, or was it too late? And I'd like to know what the shift of the poll would be there when it comes where that would be when it comes to, like, if they said it was too late or it was right timing. Because I think they would say it was probably 2 years too late.
Yeah, see, that's interesting, though, because he didn't get bad until last year, right? And so you have one bad year. There's, I think, a grace period for a guy. But once he starts going off the rails and talking about the NIL and all that, because yesterday the athletic director and president of the university had to come out and basically say, we're not a poor university. Our people just didn't want to give to this guy anymore. And that's kind of where they are. Once the money runs out, you've run out, right? Once you stop generating revenue for your company, they're going to send you down the river. They're going to put you on your fanny out the door. And that's what they did to Gundy. He needed to embrace the new era of college sports. And you're right, it is very much like Manhattan, Kansas. It's not the flagship university of the state, but it's a damn good university with passionate people and money, and they just want to win, and they'll go out and they'll try to find that right guy that they can pay all that money to. And I hate to say this right now because it sounds really weak, but Oklahoma State could be a good stepping stone job for somebody too, to get you to that next level.
Especially if you do it the way that schools are starting to do it, where they have general managers. You look at Stanford, they brought in Andrew Luck, a former player, great Stanford player. Maybe Oklahoma State does that. Maybe they bring in a former player as well.
They had him.
It's fair.
Other than Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Who else is there for Oklahoma State?
Brandon Whedon.
Brandon Whedon would be good. He played for the Yankees and for the Cowboys.
He got drafted at age 28 in the NFL. I don't know. You have to look. I don't know. This is just one of those things where, look, they called it into their season right now. Yeah. They said, this is it. You know it. We know it. 66-7, 58-17, whatever the scores have been.
And they lost to Tulsa.
That's an in-state rivalry. I do want to bring this up because there's a topic here that says the Titans are open for business. Mac, we got you from Tennessee, so we know that business is an open portal.
The home of Tupelo honey.
Yeah. Shout out Van Morrison. But we know that there is one of Veach's understudies now as the general manager in Tennessee, right?
Mike Borgonzi.
Yeah. So is there any sort of value in Tennessee that you could bring into Kansas City, because they are going to fire their coach? They're going to bring in somebody that is offensive minded.
Oh, that's right. That coach and GM aren't tied together at all.
No, they're not. Not at all.
Yeah,
And that
that's
GM
right.
is tied to that quarterback.
Yeah.
Because that was his first pick, first overall pick, Cam Ward. And Cam Ward has shown signs when he's able to do what he wants to do, he can make things happen. And Callahan right now ain't the answer. Maybe he wants to go to Oklahoma State. But I don't know if there's anything in there that you can get from Tennessee or where you could pick them apart. Maybe defensive linemen, they have a ton. What's Simmons' contract? What do you want to, give up for that?
Yeah, I wish.
Because I know the big news yesterday was McCall Hardman was released from the practice squad from the Green Bay Packers.
Who cares?
Here we go again.
How long?
I mean,
Yeah,
what,
exactly.
what does he really do for us now? The
He
issue,
knows his playbook.
yeah, right.
He scored a game-winning touchdown.
The issue is running back and offensive line for the Chiefs right now. It is not wide receiver at this point in time.
And
You're getting
D-line.
two guys back right now, and so yesterday they traded a nobody out of Tennessee, but that got me to thinking a little bit.
It's a stupid trade by the Titans. If you know the Titans roster, it was a terrible trade.
Was it a bad trade?
It's a starter who's he's a good player who's not making any money. Why would you traded him for nothing?
Maybe he's a pain in the ass.
Maybe you're right. There's stuff behind the scenes.
Who
but
got
it's just Titans,
who
man.
got cut yesterday by the Houston Texans? C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Got cut yesterday, and they flat out said this guy sucks as a human, and we had to get rid of him.
Jeez.
I mean, like so. There's underlying
Yes,
things
for
there,
sure.
man. You don't want to be the jerk at the office. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, based on those comments yesterday, like, this guy wasn't a fit personality-wise. He had to go. Oh,
10 toes.
Yeah, there you go.
He got Baker fired up, and they lost.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so
Remember Baker
gone.
pulled his hamstring and reattached it right after he
Yes,
talked to
yes,
C.J.
yes.
Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah.
Literally, it happened. He fell down, grabbed his leg, got up, was like, 10 toes,
Yeah,
mother, you know
yeah.
It
what?
makes sense why he's on a different team every year. 'cause
Right.
He sucks as a person.
He sucks as a person. You don't want that guy around. We all dealt with those people over the
He
course
did
of our
give us a
lives.
nice answer at the opening ceremony of the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
How do you stop Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, we were like, they don't know. They don't know, man. It's
The
like,
one time he was quiet.
Yeah, the one time he actually knew how to stop Patrick Mahomes and wasn't going to give us the 411
Damn
on
it.
that. But
Foreshadowing.
anyway, so it looks like they are open for business. And I started looking at their roster positions. And is Tony Pollard worth like a 6th round pick at this point in
love it.
time?
Would
You
love
would.
it.
You would love that.
I would love
okay?
that. He's got juice left.
'Cause he's 27 years old
Yeah.
and doesn't have a lot of tread on the tires. And he's their number one running back right now. And if you're going to start piecemealing this team off, which is what they should do if you're Tennessee right now, start piecemealing anybody of value and get picks back in return. With the relationship that Veach and Borgonzi have, you call down there and you go, dude, I'll flip you a 6th, maybe a 5th if worst case scenario, and you give me Tony Pollard. I need a running back. Like, that's the type of move that I would be interested in making for this organization, because that gives you a good player, not great, but a good player, better than what you have at a position of need. I don't think McCall Hardman makes you any better as a team, but I think Tony Pollard could make you better from a running game standpoint than obviously what you have right now.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah,
Tony Pollard's
great.
better than Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco combined.
That's
For
what
sure.
I'm saying. Like,
For sure.
so
What's Cal Ridley doing while we're at it?
you're not going forward, though, in Tennessee. They've already waved the white flag. Right?
It's
Once
over.
they made that trade, they have told you they are open for business. Nobody else is doing that. So you burn up the line with the guy who's willing to sell right now. All right, what do you
Fire your
got back
coach.
there? Yeah, they're going to. So if you're firing your coach at the end of the year, and this is for everybody out there, start trading your valuable assets right now and get those draft picks back in return, because your new coach isn't going to want most of these people anyway that are hanging out.
I would call New Orleans before I would call Tennessee, though.
Yep, New Orleans would be a great call.
Yeah.
I would
But
just-
New Orleans hasn't officially waved the white. Tennessee did that yesterday. They made a trade yesterday.
New Orleans hasn't done it yet, but when they play Buffalo this week in Buffalo as 15.5-point dogs,
Yeah.
and Tyler Shuck is their quarterback, and they lose 45-12. Yeah.
You think they're going to score 12?
I mean, that's maybe, But again, I think when you see that, then all of a sudden it's like, Alvin, I know you don't want to finish your career this way. There's some help over here we could use from you.
How's he doing this year? He concerns
Just
me with
fine.
age, that he would come in here and it'd be like a Le'Veon Bell, a Sean McCoy type
Oh
thing.
no, he's still good. He's 30 years old.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
still
fine.
He's still got
a top half
What
running
would you
back
give
in
up
this
for
league.
him then?
a 3rd-round pick.
At most, I'd rather a 4th just because of the. It depends, too, like the contract. That's why Pollard, I kind of like Tony Pollard, too, because it's cheap. It's
cheap.
It's like no risk, possible huge reward.
Yep.
I loved that you mentioned a little tread on the tires. Like, you got to remember, at Dallas, he was not the starting running back there. He was RB2, and he was great in his usage there. RB1 with the Titans for one season so far. That's it. And it's not like they ran the ball a lot last season. So I kind of like where you're headed with Pollard. But, yeah, Alvin Kamara would be dynamite. That would be what get the fans going. But I think you call the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, too. Rashad White, dude, he has not played over
Local kid.
local kid, hasn't played over 31% of the snaps. He got 5 carries last week, 2 carries in week 1. In week 2, they used him like 10 carries, but like they are not using him, and he's damn good.
Yeah.
Like
Maybe
he's
they're
a starting running
saving
back.
him in case something happens because there is still a team in contention.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
I know.
I wouldn't imagine they're looking to trade guys. You have to find these losers like the Jets with Breece Hall or, somebody like that. But I just think like from acquisition costs to where we are, that's fine. You get sports horny, you do your thing.
Hey.
But I think like I hate to use the term easiest, but more logical a guy that you could acquire right now. I don't think at the trade deadline you go make big splashes in the NFL. You just don't. It doesn't happen. But if you can get a piece like Tony Pollard to come in here, he makes you exponentially better at that position than where you are right now.
Good pass catcher, too.
And you don't have to offer a lot.
Alvin Kamara, as a running back, is averaging 3.7 yards a carry, and he has 62-yard average a game. Whereas on the receiving side, where he's also electric, he's averaging 5.5, almost 5.5 receptions a game for 15.7 yards a game. So you have the dual threat there that you're so wanting to have in Kansas City. From the YouTube thread from Brendan, I don't think that was Gary. I think that was Jordan using a voice filter. Take the afternoon. Coming up on the other side, we go back to it. We get to On the Come here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 15 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying this morning. They're saying, hey, we can help you feel better. You got to come see us. Here's what we're going to do for you. We're going to use regenerative medicine, which is advanced cellular treatments that'll help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. If you're waking up this morning and you're saying, man, my knees are aching, my back is aching, I just don't know what to do. I can't get rid of that joint pain. I've tried everything. Well, you need to try QC Kinetics because you're done letting the pain call the shots in your life. It's been going on for way too long. At QC Kinetics, they're going to help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, but actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting relief. QC Kinetics has no surgery, no drugs, and no long-term recovery. Just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab your MRIs, grab your x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Calling all Chiefs fans. You could be on the field at the 50 inside GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Visit Chiefs.com/GEHA now. Enter to win a chance to be on the field for a once-in-a-lifetime view of the pregame coin toss. Call it in the air. Plus, you can score other exclusive prizes. Enter for a chance to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is a proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Kansas City has not had the most ideal start to the season, but they look to right the ship when they host Baltimore. Two of the league's best quarterbacks will be on display as we get another top-level matchup early on in the season. Will offense continue to be the story of the season for Baltimore, or will Kansas City's defense be able to stop the high-powered squad? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Dude, did you order
The new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever. With eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Load C Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
Fall's the best time of year to clean up the outside of your home or business, and the best way to do that is with a fresh coat of paint from my friends at CertaPro Painters. You want your home or business to make a great impression, and that starts with the exterior. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're choosing the best in the business for your job. CertaPro Painters go the extra mile. If there's a way to save you money, they'll let you know, and they take care of every detail from start to cleanup. So do what we did and schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side at Lee Summit, 470 westbound, heavy as you make your way towards the 350 interchange, and then stays sluggish out past Pryor. Kansas side, 35 northbound, a little slow from Lamar up towards Mission with ongoing construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on the show here that we call Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Likens with you on a Wednesday. Mac, looks like another solid opportunity for you to take a nap today. You know how Speck used to do when he was in your position?
Nap Wednesday. Nap Wednesday, yeah.
That's right. Big opportunity today. I said Gary Myers, more like Gary Mayonnaise. They just keep coming in.
Do people know who Gary Myers is? Play that
They
cut
do
for them
now.
so they know who Gary Myers is.
My ears. No, you couldn't find it. That's awesome. Love it.
A dynasty.
Buffer.
I mean, a dynasty, I think, is what happened in New England over a 20-year period.
Well, that's not sustainable in any sport for 20 years. I mean, that's an anomaly more than a dynasty, I would think, Gary.
Well, yeah, you're probably right. And,
thank you.
You know, I guess if we're looking to establish, dynasties and what the Chiefs have done, getting to 5 and winning 3 over, say, an 8 or 9 year period, I mean, I guess you consider that
6-year period
a dynasty of sorts, but more of a short-term dynasty.
Why would you peasants in the Midwest be asking my East Coast self this question? That's what that was. Because I asked him, do you consider the Chiefs a dynasty? And that the answer, a dynasty?
Dynasty.
Like he'd never heard that before.
Like, I guess. What? How pompous.
Yeah.
Gosh. I think he's going to have a new book, and I think the title of his new book is
BBL Stinky. Boy, we just shot down his book. I mean, just destroyed your book, man. Sorry, but Facts matter.
How many times did the Chiefs spy on other teams? Well, I think that
How many times did they deflate balls?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, the worst thing we did is have Taylor Swift part of our fandom, right? Yeah, the other team cheated. BBL stinky. Gary, get bent.
Let's get to On the Come. We haven't done it for a while, so Mac, why don't you go ahead and hit it?
On the come.
It's been so long for me. Can you do it again?
On the come.
You needed a mulligan. So again, the concept of On the Come is what we're going to see moving forward. And you brought this up, I believe, yesterday, Bob. Which young players, Royals and Chiefs, would you be willing to invest in the future?
Yeah, I got this email
guys
from
that
this.
have not been paid.
Yeah,
so
right.
You can't
Exactly.
invest in Bobby. You can't,
right.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't make any sense to invest in somebody who's making $350 million. So I get this email yesterday or 2 days ago from this guy, and it's a company called Finlete, Finlete. And they're a startup company on a mission to help athletes who haven't cashed in yet. And so right now, you can invest in Royals rookie pitcher Luinder Avila, who has burst onto the scene with a .77 ERA over his first 11 2/3 innings, right? So he's very new. Somebody in another organization was telling me about this kid. They think he's going to be pretty good. Great. That's neither here nor there. Basically, this company allows you to invest money into athletes that haven't been paid yet. And then when they get paid, you get a portion of your proceeds back in return, right? It seems like a pretty cool concept to do, right? And so I was on their website the other day to kind of figure out what exactly this is all about, how much money can I truly make. It's basically you're loaning the athlete money while they have no money living in the minor leagues. And so the average journey, the average investor is like this. You buy 400 shares at like $1.25 per share, and that's a $500 investment. The athlete then earns a $100 million contract. Finlete distributes $1 million, and for your 400 shares, you'll get $3,600 in return. So you invest basically $500 to get $3,600 in return. You're betting a guy that's going to be on the come. So if you had an opportunity to invest in a player here in Kansas City on this app, and it's real money. This isn't gambling. This is real money you're investing. This is like the stock market type stuff. Who would you be putting your money on right now? If you had $500 lying around to invest in an unpaid Kansas City athlete, who would it be for you guys?
Because technically they're all paid, but not like the right now it's Josh Simmons.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
In my opinion, that is my football one. My baseball one would be Noah Cameron. Now, I know.
Yeah.
We've had conversations that, there's some people that think that he could be a valuable trade piece, but he's not flashy. He's not going to be expensive if you pay him now. So you're investing, even though it's not a huge investment. You can still use some of that money. Now, obviously, I'm still on the Cags bandwagon. I'm not going to let 70 games, not 70 games, but I'm not going to let probably around 70 games define who he is with ups and downs and not really, everywhere. But my number one answer is Josh Simmons because of what his position holds, what he's shown already, and what he could be. Like you had mentioned, I think a couple of weeks ago, that Josh Simmons could still be the left tackle after Mahomes is gone.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, that means the investment was done well. That means the money was well spent. And that means that Patrick Mahomes should probably have a good amount of protection from that left tackle spot, which is the blind side, which has been the spot that has not been filled for him. It's been, 5 or 4 different guys since Mahomes has been the starter in the league?
Yep.
It's insane. So that's where my money would go.
Mac, where are you going on this one?
For the Chiefs, I'll go Rashee Rice if I've got his protection.
I like that. Yeah,
Give me a guy to throw to in Rashee Rice. I think, Bob, you mentioned it. Like, if he keeps playing the way we've seen him play in his short time here, he could end up being the next Tyreek Hill, the next best of all time.
Before all this stuff went down with Rashee Rice, the injury I'm talking about, they were saying we expect him to be the best wide receiver in team history.
And instead of being Tyreek Hill, he'd be your Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Yes. Similar body size.
Yep, similar body size, yards after the catch, and they'd play longer together. Give me Rashee Rice, man. He could be a bona fide stud.
I like that. For me, I'm Carter Jensen on this one. I love what I've seen out of him so far. I would also do Michael Garcia because he's not making any money right now and is poised to kind of cash in.
Great genetics, too.
What's that?
He's got great genetics.
Oh, yes, he does. The whole family's fantastic. I mean, for people who don't know, he's related to the Acuñas. Yes.
That's the baseball version of tight end played basketball.
Yeah. Right. Trent McDuffie, and then also kind of just based on the first 3 games, this is where you make your money. Norman Lear, man. I like what Norman Lear is doing for the Chiefs right now. So based on the 3 games, that's the long shot, right now, defensive lineman, rookie, 3 games in. But your 500 may turn into something really, really good if you invest in a guy like that. So you got to find these guys that you think are really low on the totem pole money-wise, but you think, man, that guy's going to be the – imagine if you cashed in on Bobby Witt early on. Now, the players have to be willing to do this because this is money that goes directly to them. I had somebody tell me it's kind of exploitation of players, and I think a lot of people in the sports are against it, but it's still a fun topic and fun to discuss. And at the end of this article that this guy sent me, he says, he's a Kansas City native. And so I emailed him. I said, I'd love to talk to you about this and get some more information. And he goes, AI generated that. I'm not a Kansas City native. I go, it also put your phone number as 555-123-456. I'm not kidding. Look at the bottom of the email. I sent that back to him in return. So do not use AI. Do not, because it had this guy's. So that's what really got me interested. I'm like, this guy's in Kansas City and they're doing this locally? That's a cool local company. And then I saw his number was 555-123-4567, and I'm like, maybe he just forgot that. And then he told me, AI said I was from Kansas City. I'm like, all right, how much of this is? But still fun to talk about.
Still good fodder, yep.
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, he and the Royals were eliminated yesterday with a Cleveland Guardians win. We talked to Matt Cottrero, the Royals manager, one, maybe two more times the rest of the season here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Royals baseball.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karlaftis, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Underdog are ready for you in the state of Missouri. I saw some people over there the other day in the state of Kansas trying to make their wagers, and I'm like, hey, you can do that in Missouri on the Underdog app right now. And with football going into week 4, Underdog is the best place to select entries and win money all season long. And like I said, you can play right now today in Missouri. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. And you get all your entries right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. And with this being one of the greatest sports weeks of all time, you got golf, you got baseball in the final week, you got football, you got a great weekend of college football. Combine selections from different sports into one entry and see what you can do. Download the Underdog app and sign up today with promo code BOB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Hey, Chiefs fans, Crown Royal is the official whiskey of the Kansas City Chiefs. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with a generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
This October, the whole family can ride along for the wildest weekend in Kansas City. PBR Outlaw Days, October 3rd through the 5th at T-Mobile Center. Cheer on your Kansas City Outlaws as they battle the world's best on the dirt, under the lights. KansasCityOutlaws.com. Get your tickets now at PBR.com. Kansas City Outlaws. All grit and no quit.
After 40 years and more than 8,000 five-star reviews, Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter is your go-to company for home service needs. Call Hamilton today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we got to know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me out, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. RENNER forward and back.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Renner Garage Door has proudly served our community for decades. The best styles, technology, and family values. That's Renner. Get your free repair or replacement quote today. Forward and back.
RENNER. RENNER.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 435 eastbound, slow rolling from 69 Highway over to Metcalf. 35 northbound, sluggish past 18th Street Expressway, and it stays a little slow up towards Mission. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey, it's Trent McDuffie. The Chiefs Radio Network pregame show starts 3 hours before kickoff right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Hey man, good morning, how do you do? Hey man, just wanna talk about the boys in blue. Hey man, now that you've been here a year, what's your favorite KCQ? Hey man, what's new in the clubhouse, the bullpen and the lineup too? Hey man, how was the road trip? Bob and Dusty wanna know. Hey man, what do you think of Slugger and FM radio? Hey man, is it true you're a deadhead too? Hey man, kid baseball, wanna talk music with you? Hey man, hey man.
Shout out to the old number 5s for the jam. Shout out to Royals manager Matt Cotrero for joining us today as he does every Wednesday at 9. Matt, how are we doing today on this Wednesday?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
I'm not good, man.
Okay.
Well, thanks for caring. No, I saw the big E word yesterday, Matt. But I mean, September 23rd, I can give you where I was at in my life. I always watched the Royals lose 100 games. I would have been champing at the bit to tell me that the Royals were going to be in the hunt until September 23rd. But I do want to ask the vibes, right? You know, the team is eliminated. It is what it is. That's the sport of the game. How do you keep those vibes going for the next, 5 games of the season?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's any issue with that when you have guys like Bobby and Salvi and Vinny and Michael. I mean, those guys, they want to play every game. They're professionals. They have a lot of pride in what they do. They have a lot of pride in the organization. Yes, we were eliminated. We knew coming into this week that it was going to be tough. I mean, we made our bed. We didn't play well enough to secure a spot, and that's something that we're going to have to deal with and understand why and try to make it better until you win the last game of the year. But at the same time, that doesn't change the character in the room or the work ethic or the drive to be great. And I think that's one of the things that makes us excited about where we are and what we can do in the future. It didn't work out the way any of us wanted this year. But at the same time, that doesn't change one bit about the makeup or the character and what these guys want to achieve. Now, we came up short, and that's not good enough. But at the same time, I think these guys are going to really put a good effort in for the last week.
You know, Matt, when you come into a new organization, you're not really familiar with the history and all that kind of stuff. I don't expect anybody to be familiar with any history of any organization they haven't been involved in or a fan of. But you had said something, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, about the importance of finishing above 500 or, for this organization and what that means. I think that's, I know you don't want to have any silver linings in that, but when you only finish above 500 like 4 or 5 times in the last 40 years, that is important to the organization. I'm glad to hear you say that, because it shows to me like, man, he's got perspective of this organization. He knows what the fans have been through. Get above 500 and give the fans something to feel good about going in to that offseason, and the organization too.
Yeah, no question. I mean, 500, is there a huge difference between winning 80 and 81 and 82? Not at the end of the day, but at the same time, you're playing to win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we're going to play to win every single one of these games this week, and that's the way you should. I mean, that's the way you do things when you're a professional. And even going back to 2 years ago when we lost a ton of games, I mean, we were playing till the end, and we won the last 2 out of 3 in the last series of the year. I mean, you're trying to do everything you can every night to be the best team on the field, and these guys aren't going to change that perspective. I mean, we've talked about it. They understand where we are. They came into this week knowing it was going to be an extreme long shot. It happened yesterday before we even started that we were eliminated. But even knowing that where we were and what the odds were stacked against us, all those guys that I mentioned, and they all said, "I want to play every day. I don't care. I want to be out there. I want to do what's right." And that's really reassuring to me that we have the right group of people.
Well, and also too, I think people forget how hard it is to win, a baseball game or a football game. I think a lot of times, we kind of take that for granted, and you guys want to continue to go out there and win those games because it matters and it's hard to do. And not to get morbid or anything, but how many of these guys may never play baseball again after this season, or how many guys never coach again, after this season? So you want to go out there and want to have those wins and have those memories.
Well, I certainly hope a lot of them are still playing next year, because that'll make my and I hope I'm still, and we're all still coaching and managing and things. I mean, because we do this because we love it, and we do have a good group of guys. There's no question about that. There won't be the exact same team next year. There's always changes. There's always additions and subtractions and stuff. But to your point, yeah, it is really hard. I mean, every game is hard to win. That's why I'm always so cautious and caution people about talking about, well, we need to win 7 out of 10 or whatever. We need to go 8-2 in this stretch. Like, that's not a tenable way to go about planning your season, right? You got to put every ounce of energy and effort into winning one pitch, one inning, one game at a time. You just cannot do that and be sustainable in the big leagues.
Yeah, something that's going to be sustainable in the big leagues next year. Some big news dropped. The ABS system passed. So next year, you guys will be able to pat yourselves on the head to see if you want to challenge a call. Are you in favor of that, or where do you lie on that sort of rule change?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think it's a tough thing for me. I think that there is a great part of the human element, but the technology's gotten so good that, I mean, why wouldn't you use it? Right. I just think we're in a spot where, and truthfully, I probably would lean towards using it on every pitch, because if you can get it right, why wouldn't you get it right? And I mean, maybe that will be the case, down the road. But for now, I mean, this is the first step. And I do think it's a good thing. And I think it's another level of accountability. I think it's accountability for the umpires, but it's accountability for the players too. And we talk about this all the time. Players get upset with the strike zone, whether they're our hitters or our pitchers and other teams' players as well. And now, you can complain about it, but put yourself on the line and see if you're right, know. And I think that's another level of accountability for all of us.
Do you find it odd that 7 franchises decided to go against that rule change?
I did not know that. I didn't see the vote. I just saw that it came. I think we all assumed it was coming. So I did not see the vote.
I didn't either, but I'm surprised by that, Matt. Like, having the opportunity to experience this in spring training, you got to be having like a bunch of screws loose to vote against this thing. I think it's not intrusive. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. It's fast. Like I personally think in our lifetimes, of our generation of sports fans, Matt, I think this is going to be the greatest change that we have seen in American professional sports.
Wow. Okay. I mean, when you say 7 franchises, are you saying 7 owners voted against it?
7 teams voted against not having the ABS system.
Well, I mean, I guess anytime you get a vote, right? It's very odd that it's unanimous. So, I mean, 7 probably seems a little high to me, yes. But I'm not surprised that there were some.
Yeah. You can have a hard time telling me that Cole Reagans knows his team is eliminated after his last 2 starts. What have you seen from the AC or staff? That guy's got, I mean, it's the last 2 starts, the first inning, everybody's just swinging and missing.
Well, I mean, it's fun and it's encouraging, and I'm really happy for him. I'm happy for us that he's back out there, and at the same time, it gives you that what if
It's bittersweet.
he had stayed. Yeah, exactly, and but in all things considered, had we put ourselves in a better spot, we'd be so excited that he was ready for the postseason. And at the same time now we know that he's going to go in. Well, we hope he's got one more start, but hope he goes into the off season healthy and is ready to ramp it up. Come next season. So I couldn't be happier for him. I mean, when you guys, I'm sure you've been around guys that have rehabbed and stuff, but the amount of work, the amount of mental fatigue and physical fatigue that he's put himself through with Jeff Blum and our whole training staff to get back to where he is. I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, he worked extremely hard, and it's gratifying to see him back out there.
You sounded like a fan a little bit there, Matt. I'm not going to lie. When you go, man, if we just would have had him, what could have been? I'm like, I never heard a coach or manager kind of get that fan side going a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of how we feel as well. I like hearing that from you.
Well, I mean, I'm a fan of these guys. I mean, I'm the manager, but at the same time, I mean, I live and die with every pitch and every hit, every swing of the bat with these guys. I mean, we all do as coaches. I mean, this is why we do it. We love these guys. We watch what they do and try to help them through it every single day. And when guys go out there and succeed, there's nothing better.
Yeah. We'll finish it off with this because this weekend is one of my favorite weekends of the year because of the Ryder Cup, which is being played in Bethpage Black. I'm sure you're familiar with where that course is at. Also, there is a historic thing happening in your own division with the Cleveland Guardians, not the Indians anymore, but the Guardians and the Tigers. What are you more intrigued with, like the Ryder Cup or what happens with this division?
Well, the division for sure. I mean, I do love the Ryder Cup. I think that's one of the best events in sports. But I'm far closer to what's going on in the division. So, we do, and out here we're in California, so we get to see a lot of the games before we go out. So it is very interesting. It's part of the reason that, where we are is frustrating to me too, because if, we go on a run there, and we're right in the same spot, or at least making it a lot more interesting. And that's a frustration, but at the same time, just knowing that it's attainable and understanding that we have to be better and to keep ourselves in that spot. I think it's definitely something I'm going to be watching closely.
No doubt about it, man. We'll, if you want, we'll talk to you next Wednesday. The offer's on the table if you want. I know the season will be over by then, but we'd love to have you next Wednesday, and we'll get ready for spring training and get ready for next year. Okay, guys. All right. Sounds good. All right. Take care. That is Matt Contreras, Royals manager there, talking about the end of the season and what could be next. But
I love his emotion and being a fan. Like, when was the last time you heard a coach go, dang, if we just would have had him out, like publicly on the record, say that kind of stuff like we do. Like, he's that, not wrong. No, he's not. He's not wrong at all. But I love that that's his mentality, that he understands, man, there's nothing we really could have done. We had so many injuries, and we're still on the 23rd day of September alive for the playoffs. You lose every starter in your rotation, and I don't want to say you never missed a beat, but you could have very well fallen off the face of the earth. That's why I like Matt Contreras for manager of the year, man. He held this thing together. Coming up, something that's not being held together is that Ravens locker room. We'll play audio of their players and some of their coaches as well as, it might be down bad for Baltimore as they come to Kansas City on Sunday at 3:25 here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. If there's one thing I know, it's zero troubles with zero bubbles, and it's been the perfect season to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K. And now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, zero bubbles for zero troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Heartland Men's Health and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Today, expect rain showers with a high of 73.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
This song makes you want to go full Aaron Glenn on the sidelines, man. I'll tell you what.
Makes me want to pop a glow stick in my mouth.
Don't do that. Probably some toxins in there.
Probably, yeah.
Glow stick? Never mind.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, you knew what I was going to do there. I'm just gonna be smart. That is the sound of the Fescoe and Dusty poll question that we do every single Wednesday. And get it together, Bob. This Wednesday, our poll question, because it's, kind of relevant with what's been going on lately with the Chiefs and their enemies. And I thought about this yesterday. Which franchise do you hate more now as a Kansas City Chiefs fan? Is it the Cincinnati Bengals or is it the Philadelphia Eagles? A lot of your voices have been heard on our poll question. 202 votes are in as of 9:20 this morning. 79.7 say the Philadelphia Eagles over the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, maybe we could have done it a little differently and said, who do you hate more, Nick Sirianni or Jamar Chase? I think the results would be the same.
Yeah, 50-50 split. Yeah.
Well, it's 79.7 to 20.3. So,
I think those that's it. Okay.
I think that the Eagles may be less hated as an assumption to maybe Sirianni is the reason why people hate the Eagles more.
Yeah.
That's at least what text line, YouTube people have said as well, that it is a Nick Sirianni hatred, but he comes with the total package that is the Eagles. So that's why the Eagles have taken. Plus, they're more relevantly hated because they blew you out in the Super Bowl. They beat you this year on a couple of false starts on the tush push, whatever that is. And then, so the poll results, 79.7 to 20.3, Philadelphia over Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think that is a good way to kind of look at it, though. Nick Sirianni does carry the water because I look at the New England Patriots right now. They're not hateable anymore. I think they were hateable because of Bill Belichick. And, of course, they're not winning right now.
And Brady.
And Tom Brady, yeah, absolutely. You identify certain teams and why you hate them with those players on those teams, not necessarily with the uniforms or whatever. You just don't like a certain individual and whatnot, unless it's a college rivalry like the Missouri-Kansas or Tennessee-Alabama or whatnot. It doesn't matter who the people are. You're always going to hate. It's weird how rivalries in college are historic, die-in-the-wool, generational rivalries, and professional rivalries are kind of like who the flavor of the day is, in this situation. We have kind of our core teams that we don't like, but those other teams, man, constantly changing. It was Houston at one point, right? Now it's Buffalo. Then it was Cincinnati. Now it's back to Buffalo. Now it's Philadelphia, right? We have all of these different rivals around, and it just all kind of depends on the time and who's there.
Yeah, because Tennessee's rivalry never changes. It's always Florida.
Yeah.
Florida,
Alabama.
Georgia, Bama. Yep, that's it.
Or Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt
owns
Kentucky.
the state.
Okay. He's trying.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, he's trying.
Stop, dude.
They're top 20 team.
Yeah, try top 15, baby.
Are they really top 15 now,
No, Vols,
Vandy?
I'm just done. The Vols.
I want to get into the Ravens real quick, but a lot of people forgot that Deion Sanders played for the Ravens.
That's right.
He's on the New Heights this week. There's two
nice.
different, I think Leonardo DiCaprio's on it as well.
I saw that, yeah.
And then Deion Sanders. One of the best stories I've ever heard in my life coming from Coach Prime.
What was your welcome to the NFL moment?
My welcome to the NFL moment was housing that thing on the first game I played in.
That's a hell of a welcome. That's a good one.
I dropped it, picked it up, and housed it. And I can remember going to downtown to the mall, back then when we used to go to the mall, and I bought 11 Gucci watches. I bought 11 Gucci watches for the whole punt
Special
return
teams?
team.
Oh, man, this is electric.
Including the special teams coach. And I wrote on the card, every fourth down, I just wanted y'all to know what time it was.
That is so good.
Bro.
Let's go.
I gave it to him the next day. I want you to know what time it was.
It doesn't sound like there was an NFL welcome moment for Neon Deion. It was a welcome to Neon Deion for the NFL after
Welcome.
Crazy.
That's
because
awesome.
you hear the story first, you're like, oh, great. He bought 11 Gucci watches. We did 11 Gucci watches. Oh, he actually gave it to everybody on the punt return team and the special teams coach.
Right.
So just kind of an interesting nugget there.
So he bought 11.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't keep one for himself.
Nope.
Do the math real fast, right? 10 other guys on the special teams and the coach. He bought 11.
That's because we already had one, Bob.
Yeah.
Clown.
Yeah.
I can see it right now.
I can also see why guys go broke. 11. Your first day in the NFL, and you're buying 11 Gucci watches for people.
But he did play for those Ravens. Don't forget, Priest Holmes going to be pounding the drum this Sunday because obviously there's some ties between both. Plus, he's a Chiefs great for the time that he was here. But man, recipe for success or recipe for disaster? This is the vibes in the Ravens locker room after that big loss to the Detroit Lions on Monday Night Football.
We're just not very good. I think biggest thing on playing on the Ravens defense is the organization, the fans, they've seen greatness. So being bad, being good, really, it's just not the standard.
Definitely not where we wanted to be. No excuses can be made at this point. If it's not one thing, it's another, and it's kind of like we just got to patch everything up right now.
Just the biggest problem is we didn't play good run defense. I mean, we didn't, as a defense complete, we didn't do it, and that's not going to be good enough. There's nobody in that locker room that thinks that's good enough. That's disappointing. That's bad run defense, and that's not who we are. It cannot be who we are. It's not going to be good enough. It's not going to be acceptable, and it's got to be better.
I feel like week 1 was a wake-up call. Not just this loss. Week 1 was a wake-up call. Last week was a wake-up call, because we started off slow last week, and, we got beat tonight. Lions had a great game plan. I feel like offense and defense for those guys played great. We just got to find a way to win.
Yeah, I'm my worst critic, so I'm going to watch the film. I continue to watch it. I know we got a short week, but it's just crazy. 3 fumbles straight. Trying every day to fix a problem, just keeps occurring. So I'm trying to work on it, man. I'm my worst critic, so I'm not gonna try to beat myself up too much, but it's hard not to when it's consecutive and consistent and me doing the same thing.
Yeah, they're down bad in Baltimore right now. That was Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Hamilton, John Harbaugh, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. A who's who of Baltimore Ravens right now going, we don't know what's going on.
Short week for them traveling. Good or bad having that sort of mentality?
Well, for them, it's bad. For us, it's really good. That's a wounded duck right now, guys. We got to take advantage of these guys. We really do. We're not. I don't think we're a wounded. We're not talking like that. We're not talking like the world is over. I'll tell you that right now. You're not walking into that Chiefs locker room here and we can't do anything right. We're down bad. We don't do this. We don't do that. That sounded like a funeral right there for Baltimore. Like
it did.
I know it's after a game and you just got your ass beat by Detroit and whatnot, but that sounded like a team that is like already going, we got nothing. The Chiefs, to me, I don't think they're a team down bad. I think they're a team dealing with circumstance right now, and they're trying to deal with it the best that they can, but they're not letting it get them down to a level of that. That to me is like, holy cow, it's week 3. If I was a Baltimore Raven fan, or if I was doing this job in Baltimore right now, I'd be like, we got 17 more, 16 more, 15 more weeks, whatever it is of the NFL season that we got to deal with these guys already can't get out of their own way after week 3. It's not that they've lost games and they're sitting at 1-2. It's the fact that they're talking after the game like they don't know what to do. They can't figure things out. The Chiefs don't have that attitude at all. They'll be fine. They'll figure things out. But this is an opportunity now on Sunday to go right after the Baltimore Ravens and take care of business early in this one, because I feel like they're that type of team right now that nothing's going right. If it starts going wrong, we may not see them finish the game, So eliminate them early from this one.
Then you've got former players that have their opinions of the Ravens.
Right now, what we're about to do the next 10 minutes is give you the anatomy of an ass whipping, because that's what happens. And I'm calling people out by name today because I'm upset.
Oh.
So those defensive tackles, Travis Jones, Broderick Washington, John Jenkins, Brent Urban, y'all got manhandled.
By some pups.
From the Detroit Lions. They had issues at the guard position. There's been turnover on the interior of that offensive line. Guess what? They had no issues last night. They was running those double team blocks, that duo play, and they was making them love it. As my former coach, Clarence Brooks, God rest his soul, would always say, they were making you love it, big fella. Making you love it.
You know what? If you're the offensive line for the Chiefs and you're Creed and you're Trey, you need to play better. We've talked about that all week, right? The guy on the right side, number 74, Jawan Taylor, he needs to play better as well.
I heard of him.
So you've got a lot of guys on this offensive line that need to play better. But that right there, That should be your wake-up call. Chris Canty just said a bunch of nobodies and rookies dominated the Baltimore Ravens defensive line. Number one pick, guy. $55 million highest paid center, $65 million highest paid guard, one of the highest paid right tackles in the NFL.
Highest paid kicker.
Highest paid kicker, yeah, in the NFL right now. Guys, this is your opportunity to go out there and show us that you are a good offensive line. Don't let the Detroit Lions, who use backups and rookies and unpaid guys, go out there and dominate the Baltimore Ravens, and then you get wrecked on Sunday. There's no excuse for this offensive line on Sunday afternoon not to go out there and assert their dominance. They're the key to this game. This Baltimore Ravens defensive line just got dominated by a wounded, bad, and retired Detroit Lions offensive line. This Chiefs offensive line is paid as one of the best offensive lines in the country, in the NFL. Go out there and assert your will on the Baltimore Ravens, just like those pups, as Chris Canty called them, for the Detroit Lions did on Monday night. Let's go, offensive line. Go win this game for your team.
The other thing that's interesting, too, about the Ravens is where their fan base is or where their, alliance lands when it comes to the man calling everything that is John Harbaugh. Because Bobby Trossett on Get Up on ESPN, since 2020, the Ravens have given away 16 different games in which they've had a second half touchdown lead. So 16 different times since 2020, they have had a second half lead that dissipated. That's 7 more losses than any team across the league. And you go down and look at the comments on X, what they say. The second one is, so are we going to start having that coaching conversation, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Is this loss, if this is a loss for the Ravens, is that a conversation that is nationally talked about? Is John Harbaugh's time running thin in Baltimore?
Well, I think probably, because that's what we do in sports, right? We overreact, but I mean, he's gotten them to a certain point, has taken them to a Super Bowl, has won a Super Bowl, but that was 2012, right? The last time that they won the Super Bowl. Yeah. They've not been able to get over the Buffalo hump. They've not been able to get over the Chiefs hump right about now. But I still look at him as one of the best coaches out there, and I'm secretly hoping he does get fired and then the Giants hire him and they fire Daboll, because he will be like an Andy Reid type of guy as a head coach where, yeah, I'm probably done here, but I'm not done here, and he will be the hottest commodity in the market. And then if you're Baltimore, you better make sure you hired somebody better if you move on from Andy Reid, right? Because he is kind of an Andy Reid, getting to a certain level but hasn't been able to get over that hump. Now, he did win that one Super Bowl, so he does have that on Andy Reid. If they were to let him go, some team is going to snatch him up right away to be their head coach, and they should. Sometimes you just need that scenery change, as Andy Reid had,
Yeah, it would still be maybe a good decision for Baltimore if they came to that place. But, yeah, he would be the first coach hired as soon as he was on the market. So,
yeah,
no, that makes sense. I mean, Dusty, what do you think? To your question you asked Bob, I mean, do you think it's better or worse for the team that they're coming off this loss? They're down bad. The vibes are atrocious there right now. Not that the vibes here are awesome.
Yeah, I don't think the vibes here are great. I think that, we started the show off being upset about a victory over the Giants, or at least I wasn't extremely pleased that they won the game. They still looked bad in the first half. They did adjust in the second half. They win 22-9. And we had the conversation yesterday about, there were more people optimistic after the loss to the Eagles than they were about the win to the Giants. There were a lot of people like that, whether it's YouTube, whether it's text line, whether it's text messages, whether it's friends in your inner circle, whatever it may be. But I mean, maybe a sleeping giant is awakening in Baltimore, but I mean, I also am concerned with Lamar being like, week 1 was a wake-up moment. Week 2 was a wake-up moment.
How many
week
more do you
3
need?
Stop hitting the snooze button, Lamar. Like, you've got to wake up.
Got one more week.
And you're going to play a team where I think there are 2 major advantages that the Chiefs have in this game that the Ravens don't have. Number 1 is obviously that it's being played at One Arrowhead Drive. Ooh. Number 2, the Chiefs are coming off a win in which they adjusted in the second half, where the Ravens are coming off a loss where they are doing the same thing they've done in all their losses this year, right? The Buffalo loss and that loss against Detroit. They just couldn't stop them, and they fumbled the ball with Derrick Henry. And Derrick Henry has fumbled in 3 consecutive games. And that is an alarming sign because we talk about running backs falling off. Derrick Henry still has the step. He can still do the breakaways. He can still break tackles. But something else has evolved in Derrick Henry's game, and it's not something that you want to evolve. It is a fumbling evolution for Derrick Henry. Whereas Lamar Jackson, he ran. He was sacked 7 times. That's one of the fastest, most electric running quarterbacks we've ever seen outside of Michael Vick, and he was sacked seven times.
Could be a Chris Jones game, man. Like, you go be Aiden Hutchinson like he was
I think
the
this
other
is the
night,
game where
right?
you look at Karlaftis, you say, okay, this is why we gave you the contract. This is a big Karlaftis game. I'm not saying he's Aiden Hutchinson. Nobody's Aiden Hutchinson except Aiden Hutchinson. But this is a game in which if there is a vulnerability, it is in that offensive line, and it is in the exchange from Lamar to Derrick Henry. 3 fumbles would say that. That is an outlier of a stat for Derrick Henry. We did that on Monday or Tuesday when Derrick Henry, fumbled 3 times from 2020 to 2025 or 2024. He's fumbled 3 times in 3 consecutive games.
And 2 of them have cost him the game.
Your other advantage is that last week you shut down Wan'Dale Robinson and Malik Neighbors. I'm sorry, I'll say this. Those receivers are far and away better than Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, and DeAndre Hopkins.
No doubt. Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins is a shell of himself. Malik Neighbors is one of the best receivers in the NFL if he had a competent quarterback. But
Hopkins has had a good year.
Yeah, he has.
Like,
He had
come
a good
on.
3
Like, I know we
games.
like to say that as Chiefs fans.
No,
he looks good.
He does. He's had himself
good.
a decent enough year, but I'm not going to worry about DeAndre Hopkins beating me.
But if I put
stop.
a gun to your head and said Wan'Dale Robinson or Malik Neighbors or Zay Flowers or Rashad Bateman, before I even lift the gun, you're going to be like,
for sure.
Giants.
Yeah.
But when talking in this context about defending them, I think it matters. Like you always say, your receivers are only good as your quarterback.
Right,
So
and that's the
they've
other
got
thing.
Lamar.
They got Lamar versus
But I agree.
that guy who played for New York that threw to a door and hit a
Who did
pole.
New York have last year when they were throwing to Malik Neighbors? Daniel Jones.
Well, they had Daniel Jones. They
your guy for a
Lock
second.
for a hot minute. Tommy Cutlets was in there as well.
And
I'm
Neighbors
sure
was
they're
putting numbers up with him, but again,
That's true. You're right.
I'm sure there was somebody else out there, but no, it's not. We can't take away from Steve Spagnuolo shutting those guys down. That would be a
100%.
detriment to that. And then again, that's why with football, you've got so many moving parts that you can make a case for anything being the best or the worst just by some of the moving parts that are out there right now. Yes, judging by wide receivers, the Giants are better, but then you got the quarterback situation with Lamar. That's why it's so important to get to him.
Let me ask you this real quickly. Who has a better impact, in your opinion, in Sunday's game? George Karlaftis, Xavier Worthy?
I'm a defensive guy, so I'd like to say George Karlaftis. But I think from an offensive standpoint, I think we get to see Xavier Worthy this
Can
week.
we just have Worthy and Thornton doing the Aaron Glenn down the sidelines?
Yeah, just down the sidelines.
Pick one?
Yeah, that would be great. I love that play. Just one guy on each side of the field do a
Double
flag
streak.
pattern, just go to the end zone. Just go.
Yeah, I'll
If
go
Bob
Xavier
played-
Worthy.
Dump it off the Tanyan.
Okay. If Bob played Madden, he'd just run 4 verts every game.
I absolutely
exactly.
would. I mean, if you
Why
got the
not?
speed to do it, why not?
So
You got to
you say-
utilize your guys.
So you say Worthy, you say Karlaftis. Why?
It's because I'm a defensive guy and I love defense, and so I want to see defense wins championships. I need the defense to be big.
But you have more confidence in it. I know you're a defensive guy, but do you have more confidence?
What was the question?
Who do you think will be more of an impact in this game, Karlaftis or Worthy?
Karlaftis, I think,
Okay.
will be. Yeah.
He's a defensive guy. He said it. Come on, man.
That's my
Yeah.
fault. I'll go Worthy just because I have more confidence that Ravens offense will figure it out. Like when I know the stats were awesome for Lamar. I thought Lamar played bad that game. Like he was holding the ball way too long. He didn't know where he was. He fumbled it twice.
Again,
he
where
picked it back
stats
up.
are, deceiving when you watch the entire game. You're like, what's he doing out there?
Twitter's like Lamar needs help. 23 for no, dude. Watch the game. Like he almost turned over the ball twice. Ended a drive on 4th down because he did fumble it and picked it back up. Like he got sacked 7 times. I think 3 of those are his offensive line's fault. I'd say 4 of those are him just like, dude, run, throw it, decide. You held the ball for 6 seconds. So I have just more confidence in him not getting sacked like that. But that defense isn't getting fixed in 1 week like this. Xavier Worthy can slash them apart.
Yeah,
if he's healthy.
Again, this goes back to the offensive line, man. Chris Canty basically gave you every piece of ammo that you need to go out there and dominate this week. Dominate in the running game. Dominate in the passing game. This is, again, as we've said all morning long, this is not your daddy's Baltimore Raven football team anymore. This is not the 85 Bears. This is not the 2000 Ravens. This is, I don't know, the 2018 Chiefs. I mean, you can go out there and put up points against these guys. I'm surprised they're still a 2.5-point favorite, too. Based on all that stuff that came out of the locker room yesterday, you would have thought a ton of money would have been flowing in on Kansas City.
Shows you where the national bettors in Vegas have this game being played. Because I don't think it should be 2.5. I think it should be a pick'em.
I think it should be at least a pick'em game. Gary Myers is probably picking the.
Well, the Ravens are a
Ravens.
dynasty.
They're a dynasty.
Yeah, they've had John Harbaugh there since 2012. So
Well, that's a good segue because we did have a text on that. And if you didn't listen, you can go listen to Gary Myers be an idiot for 10 minutes with us. But he said the Chiefs are like a small dynasty at best. If the Eagles win this year, we had this text earlier, are they a dynasty?
Well, I think you've won 2 Super Bowls in 3 years and been to 3 of them. And
2017, would you count that? Gary's counting that. He's 81-95 for the Niners. He's counting it.
Who was the quarterback and coach in 2017? Not here. So,
it's
no,
tough.
no, I don't think you count that because how many guys on that 2017 roster are currently with the Philadelphia Eagles?
No.
It's not. That was again. I will say the
Howie
word
Roseman would be the only guy.
Yeah, that's the only one. But that's an anomaly that they won that Super Bowl. Because there was no real sustained success on either side of that Super Bowl with, Doug Peterson there. So that doesn't count. No, I think if they win the Super Bowl this year, you've won back-to-back Super Bowls. You've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 4 years. With the way that this league turns over talent and rosters at a third of your roster every year, I mean, sports is a quick hit them and get on with your life type of thing anymore. And so, if you go to 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, why can't you be considered a dynasty?
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We wrap ourselves in the flag on the other side of the break, and we get you ready for Thursday's show here on 96.5 The Fan, your home.
You don't want to miss this.
Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I was talking to a buddy yesterday. He goes, hey, my brother's interested in the sheet metal workers. Do you have any more information on where he can go to potentially get a job with them? I'm like, yeah, it's so easy. Just go online to sheetmetal2.org and click on the pre-apprenticeship program, and you can find all about the Sheet Metal Workers Union and what they do and how they take care of their members, because their pre-apprenticeship program is a paid opportunity designed to prepare individuals for successful entry into their formal apprenticeship program. It's 15 months long, and you're going to start making $24.55 an hour, which increases to $27.27 an hour after 3 months. And you're also going to get family health coverage at no cost to you, the employee. And then the apprenticeship program starts, and you'll be making $30 per hour. So you're thinking, that sounds great. What do the sheet metal workers do? Well, they do industrial sheet metal. They do HVAC installation, testing, and balancing. They do architectural sheet metal like the top of Bartle Hall, the Kauffman Performing Arts Center, the iconic crown out at Kauffman Stadium. They even do commercial kitchen fabrication as well. Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone from seasoned professionals to those with no experience. And they offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement, all while providing the tools and support you need to succeed. So check them out now at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
Hello all, Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. This is when we start working in our yards. Be careful that your outside faucet didn't burst over the winter. Maybe you've discovered that it doesn't work very well. This month we are offering an outside faucet replacement special with access for only $3.99. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber, at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Has your home been on the market without success? An expired listing can feel frustrating, but it doesn't have to be the end of your journey. The Sharp Homes team specializes in turning things around. The Sharp Homes team can also give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. If I needed to sell my home, Dawn Sharp, brokered by Epic Realty, would be the only agent I would trust. Google Sharp Homes Team. That's Sharp Homes Team. Google them today.
Tulsa is my home now. Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly.
Trust
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limit supply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you will not want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Alex to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of 96.5 The Fan. Must be 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Hey guys, did you know that September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, which makes it the perfect time to get screened? The 5-year survival rate is nearly 100% when caught early. Men over 50 or 45 if African American or with a family history should talk to their doctor about screening. Here's why screenings are important. PSA blood tests are quick and simple. Screenings can detect prostate cancer before symptoms appear. Early detection means more treatment options and better outcomes. Some prostate cancers grow slowly, others are aggressive, so early detection is vital. Prostate cancer is the second deadliest cancer for men, but when caught early, the survival rate is nearly 100%. Don't wait. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
Gotta love those New York prices. Are they trying to keep the crowd tame? Alcoholic beverage prices have been announced at Bethpage for the Ryder Cup. Michelob Ultra, $15 for a 16-ounce can.
When has anybody ever allowed that from them from buying, though, at a game? Like,
Right.
the people who bitch about the prices are usually the ones that aren't there, that are on social media complaining about it. I've never been to a game where somebody is in line and go, 15 for a beer, screw this, and they get out of line. They pay it. They've got you, you know?
Somebody tell me how much beers are at the Waste Management Tournament.
Oh, God.
That doesn't seem to affect anybody in that. We will dive into it a lot tomorrow. The Ryder Cup is right around the corner. They are going to move up the ceremonies to today, introducing players, captains. Obviously, it's Luke Donald, the European captain, and Keegan Bradley, the American captain. Captain Keegan, man, that's what we need, who was left out in 2023 because, well, Zach Johnson was an idiot, went with his heart and brought a couple guys on the team that probably shouldn't have played that year. And you have all the ceremonies today, and then tomorrow, 3 o'clock our time, we will get the pairings announced for Friday when the Ryder Cup does take off in Bethpage. This is probably a top 2 event for me in sports. Number 1 being the Super Bowl, number 2 being the Ryder Cup.
And then the draft.
Yeah. Yeah,
exactly.
But I love this. Like, it'll be very hard for me to be locked into Red Zone on Sunday and also locked into the Ryder Cup. Like, Red Zone will be on the smaller TV.
Wow.
Straight up. Dead ass. Like, it will be Ryder
It's a
Cup.
bigger event than the Red Zone. I mean, you don't
depending, if we get to Sunday and one of the other two teams is up like 12.5 to whatever, then because, the defending team only has to get the solid point, the other team has to get the other half, right? Like, that's how the Ryder Cup works. Right now, it holds home in the European team. We'll see what Rory looks like. We'll see what John Rahm looks like, Terrell Hatton, Tommy Fleetwood. And then you've got the Americans as well. And I think the one thing that bothers me with what's going on right now is Brendel Chambly, right? Okay. So this is a time every 2 years where you just got to completely wrap yourself up in the American flag for the American team. You don't want to lose to the Europeans. You want to win this game. We want to win this tournament. It's the Ryder Cup. And you want your best people on the team. What your feelings are about people going to join Live or people doing what they're doing should not affect what you want the ultimate outcome to be. And the quote, or not the quote, but the rant that Brendel went off on Bryson DeChambeau, which is what you'll hear in about a couple seconds, is atrocious and can't happen.
To drum up some interest for himself. And I thought it was pretty poignant there when he asked about the retort of Rory that he didn't mention the goal this week of a Ryder Cup. Nope, he didn't do that. He didn't talk about playing on a team and how much that meant. Nope, he didn't do that. What he did do was talk about his YouTube channel, which, if we want to talk about the numbers that are generated from that, it's pretty dubious. I have no doubt that bots are generating a lot of those views. There may be some interest as well, but that's what he wants to talk about, not the team, not the Ryder Cup. And this is one of the reasons why I think he's going to be such a difficult person to get paired with. No doubt he's one hell of a golfer. No doubt he has his moments of generosity with fans. I've heard about him. But he's an odd duck when he's trying to blend in with the team. And he has so many potential bulletin board mistakes. I think he would be a captain's nightmare.
Kiss my ass, Brendel. Kiss my ass. And if you need to know, Bryson DeChambeau on the first hole, it is a dogleg right. He's going to tee the ball over the trees, and he's going to put it on the green for a potential eagle putt.
Sick.
Because, by the way, we've seen it before.
That was nuts. First tee shot was incredible at Whistling Straits. When I hit that shot and rose the putter up, I was like, this is it. This is what golf's all about.
He's headed to Mesquite, Nevada tomorrow for the World Long Drive Championships. Been warming up for those just as much as he's been getting his game in shape for his second Ryder Cup.
340 to the front edge of the green. Giving it a go.
Why wouldn't he, Bones?
For this match is Dave McAtee. Good luck.
And that one is on the green. Much to the delight of the thousands around it.
He flew it right on the front edge.
Most of any players you can see they're driving a par 4 green. They've got his kind of power. Not totally out of the ordinary. Good looking putt by DeChambeau.
Wow.
Are you getting there? Are you ready for the Ryder Cup?
Getting there.
Are you ready?
Hello, America.
If you're ready for this, as we wrap the show up and get you ready for the Ryder Cup, this is a fighter getting really emotional about the Ryder Cup here as we end the show on this.
My name's Chris Miscali, and this is my son, Joey. I'm a proud New York City fireman. At the request of your captain, I'm here today to tell my story and hopefully offer some words of inspiration to you guys. My dad, firefighter Joe Miscali, was a 14-year veteran of the FDNY. He and his brothers raced towards the World Trade Center, into the unknown, because that's what the job demands: courage, sacrifice, selflessness, and love of country. I remember on times on the course vividly. I'd hit it and chase it for hours and come home exhausted. And it was about the lessons that went far beyond the game, about battling back and being resilient. I can still hear his words today. I'm here for you. You got this. Sorry. A morning that feels a lot like that September morning 24 years ago. Clear skies, crisp September air. A day like any other, but a day that changed the world, changed this country, and changed my family's life forever. My dad, along with 342 of his fellow firefighters, he made the ultimate sacrifice that day. The day he didn't come home, the day that left a hole in my family's heart forever. But the day that forged me into who I am today, to join the FDNY and follow his footsteps and carry his name forward. You know, being a fireman is a lot more than just a job. It's a calling. It's a calling to put others first, to uphold the standards set by generations before us, and to fight for each other no matter what. In a lot of ways, that's what the Ryder Cup is about. You 12 represent more than just yourselves. You represent a nation. You wear the stars and stripes on your chest, but more importantly on your heart, in your hearts. This is more than just golf. This is for our country. This is for every American that embodies what it means to be American. For the soldiers overseas, for the cop on the beat in the Bronx, for the fireman rushing into a burning building in Flatbush. For kids like Joey, who dream of being in your shoes one day. One of the toughest courses in the world, as relentless as the fans that will pack it. It's gonna be loud, it's gonna be raw, but that's New York. New Yorkers expect nothing but the best. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. And that couldn't be more true than here at the Ryder Cup. Play with grit, play with fire, play with arrogance and swagger. Go out there and play like you have the country on your back, because you do. And I promise you, these fans will lift you up. Because New Yorkers respect that grit, they respect that fire. And most of all, they respect fight. As a lieutenant in the FDNY, my job is to prepare my men, set them up for success, and get them home safe. That's a victory for us. As your captain, he's done the same. He's put the pieces in place. He believes in every single one of you, and he set this team up to win. Now it's on you. Go out there and play with that honor and respect and pride. Play for each other. Play as a unit. Now go out there and bring that cup home to where it belongs. Bring it back to New York and restore the sense of pride and patriotism this country needs now more than ever. And as we say in the FDNY, go get 'em, brothers. This is your moment. I wish you all the best of luck. God bless America. Let's go get a W for them.
Who's ready for the Ryder Cup now, boys?
So good.
Who's ready for the Ryder Cup now, baby? Oh, at Oregon, baby. Hey,
How are you not ready for that
tell you
after
what, man,
that? Holy
I got chills
crap.
all the way up my thighs, baby. Hey, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. Simply cool to care. Wrap yourself in the flag. The Ryder Cup starts Friday. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello, America.
Good morning, Kansas City.